Well, welcome back, folks. And here we go. This is the last weekend of the PPD qualifiers for the Tournament of Champions coming up in late and early October. I'm joined by my good friend, Mr. Tom Ottaviano. Tom's joining us from Connecticut. My name is Ryan Minningham. I'm sitting here in Springfield, Missouri. And here we are going to give you some live matches for these qualifiers. Tom, how is it going?
Ryan, it's going great. Thank you for having me. Partners Promoting Darts and USA Darts, thank you for having me. Really thrilled to be covering this event all day long. Forward to a lot of great matchups, a lot of cricket. Losers bracket, I believe we'll see some 5-0, but primarily this is going to be cricket. And looks like this is going to be a great day.
Yeah, for those of you who joined us in the past and understand the PPD program, or if you're new to the stream, this is a qualifier that's going to set finals situations for these players. They're playing for positioning for the TOC finale. Everyone wants the sweet spot of the elite finale, which I do believe has a first place prize of $30,000 this year. If I'm incorrect, it's a pretty close to that. But that's what we're going to be covering today. We're going to watch these players just bounce their way through these brackets, trying to get to that top 4 spot. And me and Tom are going to do our best to cover this and give you some good action.
Yeah, I believe you're correct with that elite bracket, Ryan. Was listening to the stream for the last qualifier before we started here. And if I'm not mistaken, Nick did say that elite bracket has a prize of 30K. That's an impressive day of darts if you can take it down.
You know, I was sitting there just chatting in the background before we started the stream. And how would you like to spend the weekend and walk away with $15,000 in your pocket for a weekend of darts?
That'd be the most money I think I've ever won doing anything. So I'd be real happy with that.
Well, we got coverage right here of Joseph Blankhartz and Mr. David Reese. I believe David Reese is playing out of bull shooters. And I know that we're sitting on game 2. The loser goes first after the cork, and their cork, if you guys are joining us, is where they do a count up of 501. Best 3 darts takes the opening spot, and then it's loser starts, and then they will cork for if there's possibly need of a third leg. So here we go in leg number 2. We are playing cricket, so let's sit back and enjoy. Tom, tell me about your cricket past.
Cricket. So as we're talking about, I play a lot of steel tip. So I'm very familiar with the steel tip game. I'm just getting into soft tip. So my soft tip numbers really aren't there. But cricket, as a good friend of mine once said, when you're playing steel tip, it's about what you hit, and soft tip, it's about when you miss. So you're going to look at these guys. A lot of the good players are going to be looking to hit that triple early and often, and if you don't, you're going to see your opponent take a lot of advantage of missed darts.
Yeah, so we get into this when you play the soft tip cricket, as Thomas mentioned, it's about what you miss. It's not uncommon for 9 marks to battle 9 marks to battle 9 marks, and then you see that 7, and that what's got you beat, and you shot amazing. That's the intensity that this can bring.
Yeah, that's just anytime you're talking about you have to be 7 plus in a round to be competitive, I think is absolutely insane in any form of darts, whether it's soft tip or steel tip. To be at an elite level and say, yeah, my cricket game, I need to throw a 7 to be competitive. That's mind boggling to me.
Mind-boggling. Reese opens up a little bit light. His opponent is coming hard. There is, speaking of another 6 mark. So, like right now, Davis opportunities have to happen on this 18. You can get behind really, really quick, and you can't get yourself out of it. We have seen those players turn the lower numbers and get back into their match. We'll see what David does here.
Yeah, he's sitting at one of these moments where 6 marks aren't going to do it for him. He's got to start that 7 plus area to catch back up, because right now he could be in a world of hurt if a triple's found on this turn on either an 18 or a 17.
Yeah, we talk about the point strategies. Right now, we talk about you need to have at least 9 darts ahead, and that is a 9 mark. So 120 points, 157 points in that realm because your opponent can come back. As we see David there, trip to 17, get rid of the 19. Kind of close that gap pretty quickly in one turn. That's why you got to think real hard about how deep you're going to go on points and when to close.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here to see one dart at the 17, see if he can get it closed, and then back up to the 20s to get some points. Looks like that first dart is going to be 2 errants, and then gets a close at the 17. So
It's not a bad
it's a rough
idea.
turn.
It's David. Yeah, David struggles on the 20 in the opening rounds. He either has to close down that 20 or open a new number. Do you like that idea of not leaving that 20 open?
It's a rough one. You have the ability there at that to get it closed and cut off the points and be in the lead, and now you leave that 20 open and you can get buried real quick.
Yeah, we've listened to a lot of players talk about owning the high ground. Owning the high ground is so important when you're playing the pointing strategy. Keep that 20 open, keep that 18 open, whatever your high ground number is.
But you have a trip 15 here. So he closes the 15s, can't take advantage of the points. Small point deficit. So it'd be interesting to see how Jason attacks this turn. Does he go with the 15s? Does he try to pile on points?
Actually, he grabbed a second number. If you've seen that,
Yeah, started the 18s. It's not a bad idea.
well, you got two high grounds now. Your opponent's
Yeah.
45 per turn on the triple. You can back him with either a 54 or 60, depending on what happens for you. Now, there's a big 9 there.
Like that. Yeah, you get to close the 20s and pile on some points, make him go all 18s this turn.
Maybe that 18 was a good strategy. What is Mr. Joseph going to show us right now, folks? Oh, do you see that arm motion?
So,
Yeah, he liked that first one, but the next two, that arm just dropped as he threw that third one, and it didn't go where he wanted it.
talking about opening up different numbers. Trip 16 there. You get the 18 close. Oh, that's great darts.
That's saucy on that one. Now I got a 2-hole lead, and I got the point lead, and I just took away your high ground. That's a heck of a move, Mr. Reese.
Just how quickly this game has turned.
Joseph at one point was holding an 8-dart lead, and David only had a single mark on 2 numbers. Now look where we're sitting in this game. You're not out of it till it's over with. You've got to play to the end.
No thought of going bullseyes there. What's the strategy? Why is he not going bullseyes there for the win? It just looks like
well, so if you add the 50 to that, it would 181. 116 created that extra bull. So he popped the 16, and then I would have went bullseye, knowing that I have that extra bull in my pocket. And he's not even going to look at it. He's going to see that 15 did not add a bullseye. The previous round 16 added a bull. The 15 did not.
Yeah, a 16 there would have added another bullseye. That's why I was wondering, maybe just some bad math there from him.
That or sometimes you see the strategies where I'm going to point first regardless, and then I'm going to throw for the close. Maybe he's carrying that strategy into this, trying to get this leg.
I mean, regardless here, Jason's got to throw a plethora of bullseyes to get back into this right now.
Now we talk about the mental side of this game. This game, mentally, you can get yourself razzled quickly because your opponent can pile on a lot of scores. Or in David's situation, I've got to keep my opponent frazzled by adding points, and that's what he does. He takes the bull for the win.
Yeah, and ended up with a 3.09 there. That's not a shabby leg of darts right there. Saved it from what it looked like it was going to be catastrophe there to start off, and then snatched the victory midway through. Like you were saying, he was about 8 darts back, and then all of a sudden, there it is. He's a winner.
That monster 7, actually it was a monster 8, but even though it was all triples, right smack dab there late near the end of the game, and then grabbing that extra 16 to go with his 15s really pushed his opponent completely out of it. He got rid of the 18s, added enough points that Joseph was forced to the bull and just didn't capitalize. Looks like we're moving on to a next match here. Is that Alyssa Moriano versus Tracy Hammond? Or Tracy McQueen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Trying to see where these two girls are from.
Uh,
Bear with me.
Alyssa's playing out of bar 2, bracket 2.
Playing out of Night Owls is that correct?
That's
Awesome.
other one looks like it's Alyssa looks like she's playing out of Stolas Lounge.
This is
It
a
looks like this is
losers
going to be a
bracket
loser.
first round match. Let's a little on behind. One bull for Mrs. Tracy.
Alyssa's got winning darts in her hand right now. Tracy needs points, and she gets it. I think they're tied 1 win apiece there.
Yeah, so actually that would be the middle game is the 501, I believe, or is this the third game 501? I think
I believe
this
this is third game 501. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the tiebreaker. You're correct. It's a very challenging tiebreaker because if you go first, it means a lot. I believe this is the court portion. Nope, it's the scoring portion. We've watched a lot of these All Stars and we've watched a lot of the PPD Nationals. The formats are just slightly different here in the qualifier section versus what we normally see. It's more challenging in a lot of ways because that tiebreaker being 0-1, if you go first, can be at a huge advantage.
Anytime you have the ability to go in at first in 0-1, absolutely huge advantage.
We've seen that time and time again on the other side of the pond too, on how that first going first is huge in 0-1. I believe you've called one or two matches and looks like the CDC and that going first can be the deficit fixer for you.
When you get to that pro level of darts where you're talking about your need a 15 dart game to win, going first is so important because if you get to the point where you blow a 12 dart leg and you miss that out, that getting to go again right there, in the 13, 14, 15 where you may have set yourself up for a single dart out is such a huge advantage versus if you're the other player and you're both sitting on 12 darters and you both miss and now you gotta you're always just kind of behind that 8 ball a little bit, and it's always just sometimes it doesn't matter if you're right on a 12, you're through 9 darts, you have a 3 dart out and your opponent hits it. It's frustrating to say the least, but at that level it's such an amazing thing to watch.
Can't disagree because I've seen many of those and then been on both sides of that hockey for those as well.
Yeah, it's impressive when you watch a shooter that's throwing 100 dart or 100 dart average in a dart game, and it's something to watch it online, but to have it happen to you in person is something different. Where you're just watching the person next to you just bury triples every turn. It's really impressive in person.
Yes. Speaking of impressive, Alyssa Lowton takes commanding lead 193 to 242. Miss Tracy's got to deliver here if she wants to be in the opposite opportunity for that out.
Yeah,
So we were
she
talking
didn't hit
about
it, though. It looks like she was all around it.
we were talking about the steel tip version and the soft tip with that full bull single out. Sometimes you have to incorporate those triples as player two. We have seen a lot of our higher end players not even look at the hat trick. They have to go 1080, 1077 to use that advantage of a break versus opening rounds of 150, 150, 150. You may never get there to even look. You got to get yourself there. So we do see that on this side of it from time to time, but we don't do as a lot of 0-1 open in, open out, full bowl like they do here.
But you see both players around here struggling, kind of in the mid part of this, getting towards and out. Both struggling a little bit, and then Alyssa steps up and nails the bowl. So she'll be staring down a 119 left.
Tracy 194. Gonna have to deliver something right here. Low tone or better. 64 is doable. 119 for
Yeah,
Alyssa.
54.
54 with
In this,
this.
can they triple out?
They can hit anything they want. I was getting ready to say Alyssa leads is
Yeah.
at 54, which is a one dart shot.
Yep.
I mean, that 100 left is dangerous. That's just two fat bulls.
Yeah. I mean, trip 18 right here.
Double 18, noose.
Oh. Got to go right at that double 16.
Oh, she hammers
Oh,
it.
oh, fantastic finish.
Hammers it. 18-4, folks. 32 for the finish. And that it's out of Texas, isn't it?
Well, we're going to go to Cheyenne Richards thrown out of the stadium, but I think that was her just taking it down in a round one winners in the round one winners bracket there. I think that was her just taking it down. Yeah.
An impressive 4.24 average for her for Cheyenne.
Saw her a couple weeks ago on the stream on USA Darts while she was throwing steel tip in Nashville. Had a great run there. Had a great day. Got to meet her for the first time while I was down in Nashville. She was great to meet her. She threw great darts. Yeah, really nice person. Threw again fantastic darts.
Did you enjoy the tournament in Nashville?
I enjoyed Nashville. I didn't play as much darts as I really thought I was going to. But that was my own choice. I was down there with my wife. Can't recommend the Nashville area enough. First time we've ever been, so more touristy than I thought it was going to be originally. But really happy that I was able to go down with her, get the time off from work, and have just an absolute fantastic time. Can't recommend Nashville as a city enough if you haven't been. Tournament, as far as my darts went, I threw about as well as could be expected, and there's a lot of great shots in the room.
It's one of my favorites. I haven't attended in the last couple of years, but I've had some quietly good success in Nashville.
Uh,
It's one of my
it,
higher end single finishes of all time. Lost
my
semifinals to Larry Butler in the 501 WDF a couple 3 years
that's
ago. I was traveling there with Jules, and Jules had a rough day, and Ryan for some reason played decent. I don't know how the heck I happened to get there, but I did. Butler went on to
Larry
win it.
Butler's
Oh
definitely a
well,
name.
yeah. Well, I was it was a great tournament for me, but it was also the talent in the room was just stupid, and I just couldn't believe how many great shots were there.
My victory, my path would have been if I had won my first round match. I think my second round match was going to be against Leonard Gates. So I wouldn't have made the semifinals. I would have run into the Soldier, and I don't think it would have gone my way.
Here we go. And we're moving on here. More qualifier action for you. Looks like Tyler Christian versus Mike Brewer. Looks like they're corking for the final leg.
And this is going to be a round 2 match here in bracket 9.
I know Mike Brewer is probably playing out of Sharks in Kansas City, but I don't know where Tyler Christian is from.
Tyler is playing out of Nickel Spot.
They talk about how great this program is. And one of the things I always mention every time I jump on the stream with the PPD is the fact that that's their home bar competing in a national tournament. They're where they're where they're comfortable. They know their bartender. They know where to set their stuff. This is their home bar taking off an opponent in their home bar in their comfortable atmosphere. That's why sometimes we see some crazy darts because they're playing at home.
That's a huge advantage whenever you're talking about comfort. I talk about that a lot with online leagues. You know, when you're playing out of your own basement or anything like that, you're at a setup that you know that you're super comfortable in. You can really coax the best darts out of you when you're playing in that kind of comfort.
Speaking of comfort, I actually just finished a match with Mike Brewer online, and we play out of Dart Players St. Louis, and we played an online match, and he bested me 9-8 in a best of 17. So it was a good match. Tyler Christensen out slow, only manages to get one mark there.
Yeah,
Brewer commanding lead.
He found the neighbors.
Who's hit the neighbors besides me? Does anybody ever hit the neighbors? Because I know I do.
All the time. I'm a big neighbors guy. You know, throwing it at 20, you'll find me in the trip 5 all the time.
So, if you had a very tough number for you, what is your toughest number in cricket? That it's not a mental block, but you just know when you get to it, you need to hit it because it's in your head. Is there a tough number for you?
For me right now, it's 18s. 20s have been really consistent, and the bottom half of the board has really been there for me. But for whatever reason, I just have a mental block right now when it comes to 18s, and it has cost me a couple of games.
I have been a struggler for my entire career on 17. And I've always been a bit. This is what's funny. I'm a big 19 hitter, and I'll use 19 and still tip 01 a lot for scoring power. But if you ask me to hit a 17, I don't care what you name the board, you name the position. I could walk up and still miss it.
Yeah, I'll be throwing at the 18s, and you'll find me into the trip 4 and trip 1 all the time. There's just without a fail. You know, if I need an 18, you'll find me in either side of the wire, but anywhere but where it needs to be. It's always a little bit frustrating, but that's darts. You know, we're not definitely not a professional level, and just trying to work through it.
Well, working through it, Mr. Brewer, 15 with the bullseye. Christensen well back in this leg. He's going to have to pile in a bunch of bulls to feel like he's competitive. He's going to run the rounds, try to get some things closed out. I will tell you the most frustrating thing about the 17s for me is the fact that when I hit it, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I think he was just using that turn to try to gain some form to get ready for the next leg. You'll see some players do that. I was playing actually Jawa in a tournament here up in Connecticut, and he was having some troubles first leg, and he decided that he was just going to throw bulls, try to recenter himself to get ready for the next one because he knew he had another one coming up. And it looks like that might have been what Tyler was trying to do there.
I stretch out, throw your arm a little bit. You can get your mind set on the wrong numbers. You know, like we were talking about, you know, a number that has trouble for us or banging the neighbors. We hear that all the time. Like you said, playing Jay Wow. I mean, he's a top level player, having a struggle out of the gate, uses that round to build the next rounds. I mean, that's being experienced.
Yeah, it looked like that actually might have been the last leg, so I don't know if he was what he was doing there. It does look like that might have been the last leg that he was throwing there.
That might have been a frustration, folks.
And like we said, darts is a mental game. That's going to happen to you where, you just one gets away from you, it starts to snowball, and at that point you need six bullseyes to get back into the game, and you just you know, maybe mentally move on to the next one.
Moving to our next one. Is that an ice board? Have you seen those ice boards lately?
I haven't seen a lot of those before. I saw one at the Waterbury Open, I think, and they only had one. And I am not a huge fan of the ice boards.
So when we first had the fireboards come out, I had a little trouble with trying to grasp the red all the way around it because if you play a lot of steel tip like I do,
Yep.
I throw into solid coloring. Now you got this vibrant red. I don't know what it's going to be like to throw in the blue. I mean, it changes the color spectrum in your mindset if you ain't careful.
Have that happen a lot with when you do something like a flip side or an upside down version, or like a twisted madness like DPFL does, where you move the whole board. I've had people that were just move the outside ring. So like if you flip the 20 to where like the one is, so that it's in the right segment, but the coloring's wrong. I had to move the whole board with it because it wasn't working for me with the 20 being the wrong color.
Yeah, it's the muscle memory that you build in your practice in your league sessions. Um, the current match that we got here is that back to David Reese. Are we moving back there?
Yeah, it looks like we're going back to David Reese. It looks like here. Nope, looks like we're going to stick with Mark McFadden and Jamie Arkand.
Yeah, I'll just kind of let everybody know what we have here is we've got all these bars with different camera packages, and the PPD has been building this over the last several years to quantify more of the qualifier action for you to see, help us show more different bars, help with the growth of the sport on where you can play. At the same time, as make it a little bit challenging for us to try to keep the matches coming your way with spectacular games of darts.
So this is going to be a losers round 2 match. It looks like for bracket 4 qualifier. Jeff McMahon doing a fantastic job behind the scene as always. Can't sing the praises of Jeff enough. Always one of my favorite technical directors and directors to work with.
And does he play darts?
Yeah, actually, he does play darts. I know his Stanford team won their division. So his team won the A division in Stanford, and we did catch him on a luck of the draw on stream a couple of weeks ago. So that was a lot of fun to cover that and call that. We stayed a little bit later on his one of his channels and streamed a dart match or two after the events at the Northeast United States Dart Extravaganza.
Well, good. That is good to hear because when we're behind the scenes and we're running our mouths trying to give you guys action, we do get to get in front of the board ourselves. Maybe
I
not
always
Will or
try to
Sean
stay.
as much.
I try to avoid being on stream as much as possible because I don't want to embarrass myself. I want people to understand that I know how to talk about darts, but throw them, it just may not be there every now and again.
Oh, funny little story. Will Stewart put me on against Chris Slim in a singles match on Shark Tank, and I was going to commentate. But I wanted to play singles, and he put me against Chris Lim, and then I literally just got smashed, and I sat down. And I said, "Well, back to the headset."
Yeah. I think that was my exact take after a doubles match where I got paired up, where I got matched up against CDC Pro Justin Landcraft. I was like, well, that went about as expected, and I'm back here to do commentary.
Mark McFadden, long ways back's got the bull. Not getting much to fall for him in that way. Able to get the points, not able to get the points back. Jamie, well back. Sometimes I was wanting to wonder if we should close the bull there and then worry about the points and leave your opponent on that 9 mark finish. I've done it. I've been burnt both ways.
It's it's such a tough call because the second you do it one way, they close it out, and then you do it the other way, and they close it out again, and you want to learn from your mistakes, but all of a sudden there's no learning because you've done it both ways and you've lost both ways.
Yeah, when you get into deeper in strategies and closing out the games, like if he goes weak on the 19s here, then his opponent's got the 9 mark finish. If he closes the bull, then he forces his opponent to throw the 9 mark finish. He's going to need the point strategy right here to start. He's going to have to get it to hit.
I mean, in theory, you're a 3 dart finish. You had darts in hand to win it there. You could have gone triple 19, single bull, double bull. You know, it would have been a spectacular finish, but you had darts in hand to do it.
Jamie manages 75 on the bull. There's 2 times that I've thought about Jamie may have tried to slip in the 19 to force his opponent in the 16s or 15s and set himself up for a single bull shot to go for the close. However, pressure's on. Trip 19, single bull, single bull.
I don't think that's going to do it for him. I think he needed more. He needed more scoring there.
There's the single bull. Needs the points.
There it is.
Mark McFadden finishes him with a 3.43 average to 2.56.
Back on the stream again. We're gonna have David Reese. It looks like coming back. Bracket 1 there.
Tom Beef, correct me if I'm wrong. We're still in the losers bracket. Is that correct?
I'm gonna pull it up now because I thought David was playing in bracket 1, but I could be mistaken here. Oh, he's in bracket 5. Okay, that makes some
David
sense.
Reese with the trip 19.
Yeah, round 2 for David here in the loser side. Oh, you got a classic 2019 battle going on here.
First time I ever went to Las Vegas to play in any kind of darts. I'd seen 2 players, one on the 20s and one on the 19s, and neither one of them would move. And it was a 2,000 point battle before anybody made a chance. And this was a soft tip game, don't get mind you. But it was just so the intensity was if I make a mistake, it's going to be taken away from me, and neither one of them would move. I don't know if you ever remember the old group called Medalist. Have you ever heard of Medalist way back when? You see Paul Lim and those guys just battle each other's out in Vegas.
Best in-person match that I saw outside of doing the CDC was, I think it was Syracuse a couple of years ago with Alex Spellman versus Matt Arpin playing an 0-1 game or playing a cricket game. And it was, they both were just absolutely throwing absolutely fire darts, you know, between 7 and 9 hits. And it was just unreal to see what those guys could do.
Both accomplished players. I think I know one of them is in Florida. Is the other one?
I know Alex is down in Florida. I saw a picture. Matt really hasn't been traveling due to injury in the shoulder. So as soon as he gets that taken care of, I did speak with him. As soon as he gets that taken care of, he's looking forward to being out and a little more competitive because right now it's a little difficult with the shoulder injury to have the darts go where he wants them to.
Speaking where darts are going where he wants to, David Reese commanding control. Got the 19s. Puts 2 on the 17s. John Perret, you're going to have to open up that 17s with at least a 6 mark to get right back in this.
Well, you spoke it into existence right there.
I guess mark. I did. It's usually commentator curse.
John that Perret. First start, I couldn't tell if he was going for a 17 close or 19 point, but either way, it works out for him.
Both. Yeah. We're going to say both. It hit the 3.
You split the difference. That's what you're supposed to do, right?
John Perret on Tom's favorite number.
Oh boy, yeah. Show us how it's done with the trip 18 and some points. There's a 4 mark on 18s.
David should point to 19. Take a look at that 18. A lot of times we see at this level triple 19 before they would even move. What's he going to do?
He's going to find some neighbors, is what's he going to do, and then huge clutch last dart.
57 battling 54 on the triple turns. I speak about the point values for all the segments in this game here more than I ever do in steel, because 57 battling 54 means it's 3 darts to your 4. And I stress that all the time. It's like you're taking 45 against 60. You have to have a minimum of 5 darts to take down that high ground when you have 15s. In this case here, 4 darts from the 18 would be the only opportunity before you could even take a look at the 19 and gain the point lead.
David really liking those neighbors. Wow. Just splattered it across trip 7, trip 19, and a trip 3.
John Perret on the slow turn. Opportunity right here.
Yeah, there you go.
Can't argue with that.
You called it. 2 in the 19s,
Can't
trips the
argue
18.
with that.
80-point lead. That's some good darts.
That turns 6 16s to his 57. Is he going to run the 15?
Oh.
Looks like he broke a tip.
Yep. Looks like it's still sticking in the board.
Yeah, and he pulled it out.
Yep.
So what's your take on Mrs. Counting and soft tip?
Listen, I've seen some where the flight lands first and not the point, and it counts. But other than that, I think that if the points going in the board and then it bounces out in soft tip, it should count. Clearly the board is there and it can tell you what it hit. Sometimes when the dart lands a little funky and it doesn't give you credit for where it struck, but for the most part, these guys are real accomplished, and the dart's gonna, if it's bouncing out, it hit where it should have hit, and I don't have a huge problem with bounce outs counting. How about yourself?
I've never had a problem with it. The one I've always told players is they're obtaining a lot of bounce outs. They're getting tired to pick up their darts on the floor. Either their flight patterns are incorrect, they're not coming to the board straight, or a lot of times they don't realize that they have their throwing with a weaker tip, and the tip is like a springboard. It's going in, but then it's throwing the dart right back out. I do change a lot of more tips than probably the average player because I want a solid dart to set. Plus, I'm over the age of 50, and picking up darts off the floor sucks.
One of my friends actually went out and got one of those claw grabber things for his darts on the floor.
We have a few guys that carry the magnets. They're stretch it out. It's the magnet. Speaking of magnetized, David Reese, bullseye, winner.
Saw him before shooting a 309, shooting a 334 there. It's just consistently solid darts. Those numbers will get you far.
David Reese moving on. Where do we head to next? Look out, folks. Here we go. We're back to the stadium. Cheyenne Richards up on the board.
She's playing Teresa Sullivan. This is a second round winners bracket match.
All cricket.
Winner will go.
Trying to get to that elusive
face Chrissy Grimmel.
The winner faces Chrissy Grimmel. All right.
Yes. And that will already be a semifinal match. So that'll be a race to 3 instead of a race to 2. Semis are a race to 3 on the winner's side. King seat battles a race to 4. So that's the only real difference on the winner's side.
And it will all be cricket on the winner's side. So there's no 501 tiebreaker in this round. Richard taking no problems. Get rid of that 18. Goes for the 17 to open. Slight point lead. Sullivan moves to the 16s. If you're Cheyenne, do you take a look at that 16 right now?
So normally steel tip, you take 1 and then go back to points. She's going all close. It's a bold strategy. Well, when you pick the triple like that to get your points, it's makes you look like you did the right thing.
Single dart in the 16, misses, and then trip 17 on the end makes you look like a superstar. I think with a 38-point lead, only 2 to close, she's going to stay there for at least the close.
Throws the hero dart first dart, gets it closed, and then the 15 close.
That's some
Would have
good
liked to see her go
cross-court
back
shot
to
action
points
there.
there. Would have liked to see that last dart at points, though.
38-point lead, hits the 17. She grabs another bull. She could have put that in her pocket and had 3 clear shots at the bullseye without any worries. Still likely going to be her game, but we'll see.
Yeah, but it's small adjustments like that, knowledge of the situation where you are, what one dart does, that can then separate you and get you some separation into another bracket of player. You know what I mean? Like that, a professional level player knows that 17 means something, and a single bull there doesn't do anything for him.
Tracer grabs a bull, gets it closed. 89-point
Right here,
lead
sitting
for
on-
Cheyenne Richards.
Yeah, 89. So a fallout into either a 17 or a 15 if she doesn't get one here.
Shaking her head, not happy with that. Does get one. Very interesting here. Double bull gives her some action.
Yeah, I think she went for the win there, knowing that her opponent didn't have winning darts in hand. So different situation there where her opponent can't win with the darts in hand. Be interesting to see where she goes here with a 39-point lead if that first one goes astray from bull. Goes into point. Oh, nope. That's closed. Goes for the win and gets it. Aggressive darts. Love it.
And that looks like the signal is Cheyenne Richard moves on. Looks like we will have a semifinal match coming up with the Kraken, Tracy Grimmel. And you said
right.
we're going to move on to it, Mr. Break now? All righty. Well, folks, we'll be right back. It's Ryan Minningham with Tom Ottaviano, live with the PPD Action Qualifier Weekend, number 4. Winners are going to the TOC. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho, ho, ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero in.
Okay, guys, here we go. We're back. We had a short break. Now we got Cheyenne Richard playing out of the stadium, taking on Cressy Grimmel. This would be a very interesting match. Tom and I were just discussing about this. Two darting heavy hitters on our women's side. Race to 3. Tom, who do you predict?
I mean, if Cheyenne's going to throw like that to start off, it's going to be hard to beat her. She's been really killing it to start off the day today. Race to 3, anything can happen, but obviously you want to start with darts. We talked about being able to control from top, being able to control the 20s as it moves down. And we could be in for a minute here if it's going to be a 2019 battle. And battle it looks like it's going to be.
116 battling 76. Grimmel on the 19s. Both very accomplished dart players, both visiting the stream on a consistent basis. Very interesting matches. I'd like to know what their head-to-head record is. Granted, neither one of us would know that, but I'm just curious on how many times these two have taken the line against each other.
Wow, I was wondering if that 20 was blocked. That's why she moved to 19, but able to sneak that last dart into a triple and still maintain point lead.
A little bit of an aggressive early move. If it fails, maybe she could think she's got 18 or 17 to get her back out of it because she knows Grimmel's going to hammer that 19 if she left it open.
We talked about this earlier, where you need a 5 mark just to stay in the game. That is such consistently good darts. And you see Cheyenne upset about 3 there, a wire away from being 9.
Gremmel on the 19s. Stays there.
6
Smart
of
move.
them. Oh.
That's the
Force
pressure
Cheyenne to
on
throw all
Cheyenne
20s.
here. Yeah. She goes triple. She might take a move, but I don't think she will.
Stay right there.
That, folks, is 9 of them.
Just said the turn before, excellent change. Like just a little bit. The turn before, she was a little low, had the 3 singles. That time, moved it up into the fat part of the trip 20. Like all 3 darts laid perfectly in the trip. Fantastic darts. Going after 19s now. Flighted out with the second one. Triple close.
That was a monster round by Cheyenne. Slow turn by Gremmel. Richards gets rid of the 19, forces Gremmel into a new segment. And we see she got 4 on the 17s, and she wanted that trip 18 to give her a 2-segment advantage. But the high ground still owned by Richards.
Unrelenting.
You think maybe she knows her opponent? You think maybe she knows her opponent?
Just absolutely unrelenting. She throwing that 1 and then 2 to the points is how you always talk about drawing it up, and but Gremmel giving no ground.
Not going to release her high ground. Ooh, interesting move here. If you're Grimmel's shoes here and you trip 18 twice, do you get rid of that 20?
She goes at 17s instead, maybe better on the bottom of the board. Closes 20s with the last dart. Wow.
Yep. 24-point lead is what she's down, but she has 2 segments. She's forced Richardson into the 16s, a lower scoring segment. Wow. Will that be the turn of this leg, folks?
Back to back, just rough turns on wires there. Gremmel grabs the lead and just strangleholds the league with 2 trip 17s.
Sixteen's not falling in the triple beds. Manages the third. Still not enough in points. Down 30. Down 2 segments.
Oh my goodness.
Was that the turn earlier?
Oh.
That, my friends, is experience.
Wow.
She took away that high ground, even being down 24 points. She's got 3 segments and 3 bulls to work with. And she's not going to be
on the points.
Yeah, she's just not going to let her have it.
The 17 would matter. It trips it. Okay.
Well, the follow-up with 2 solid bullseyes isn't too shabby either. Back on her heels.
Put Cheyenne in a position there where she needed 5 bullseyes to just take a small point lead. But this one, I think you're moving on to game 2. Be shocked if Chrissy didn't hit a bull here, single bull. First start, there it is.
So that move to not have the point lead, but get rid of the 20s, changed the whole dynamic of this. Cheyenne struggled on the 16s, and Gremmel lit that 17 up. Game 2, loser does go first. Cheyenne Richard to the hockey.
And we saw that she definitely can hit the 20 segment, and it was the struggles around the rest of the board that really hindered that last game where she had a stranglehold to start and then just couldn't stay consistent. See if she can clean that up in this leg.
Moving early on the 19s. That
She's
could
going to
hurt.
regret that.
That could hurt.
Yep, that hurts.
Now, because she didn't point that 19 as hard as she could, she did get rid of the 20. Opportunities are still there. But you got to make
But
it
like
happen.
we saw last leg, Cheyenne was able to bury the 20s, but a little bit off on the other numbers. So Chrissy, right now, I think in the driver's seat.
Chrissy looked to go to the 17s. Looks like her wheelhouse on the bottom of the board. Didn't grab it. Marked the 18s. Back to Cheyenne.
Cheyenne shooting like I normally do there on the 18s.
Yeah, that's all right. Grimmel misses 17s for me. She's like, I'm going to miss these for Ryan. I doubt it.
Then the first one buries the triple. Finds 4 of them.
Do you close the 17?
Sometimes I swear they can hear us in the booth, Ryan. I really do.
You never know. Maybe they got a headset in. They're like, okay, what are they telling me to do now? Eighteenth battling 17s. She did take a look that time.
Was wondering if she was going to, and you can see that she's a little frustrated there, finding her way into the 3 instead of getting a close there.
Speaking of close,
she pays for it again.
2 big misses out of Richards. Grimmel attacks and closes. Was that a frustration close on the 17?
I can't tell if it was a frustration close or just at that point she's scored so much on the 17s that you need to get it cut off.
Cheyenne Richard to the 15s, down 51 points. I'm sorry, down 61 points.
That'll help.
Watching Grimmel play this match, she'll probably look to point first.
Yes, she does. Trip ball. Not just point, devastatingly point. 2 trip 16s.
Monster 7. Grimmel's known for not letting her opponent breathe. Cheyenne is not backing down. And there goes another 9.
How about that 9 mark?
Big one. Big one. To the 16s. Oh, she did go for it. That means it's an opportunity here. Yep. Oh, she needed it to fall. When you make those aggressive shots, you have to hit them. It would have been a great aggressive shot had Grimmel goes weak on the Bulls.
Yeah, it wasn't going to matter. Grimmel closes out the Bulls the first 2 darts.
Yeah. Strategy moves there for Richards. Down 2-0. Both ladies shooting around the 4 mark. Grimmel's just a little bit ahead. Richards starts again. Loser starts here. Cheyenne needs to put together a couple games to turn this into a decider.
It's going to be difficult. We've seen her kind of dominate the 20s earlier, and Chrissy, really light up the 19s and 17s. Let's see if Cheyenne picks this game, what Chrissy can do to start. Closes 20s with a trip 4 mark on 20s.
Rich didn't look
Cheyenne
to use the
needs a big
19s or
round.
18s. Yep. Here's a big turn right here. She's moving up.
Yep.
She's like, I'm going to take you away from you.
That might be the first slack turn we've seen from Chrissy so far.
Cheyenne's not going to waste her opportunity with those 19s either. Did she play the first 2 legs just a little too close? And then she decides not to play that close?
I think it was just more like we talked about to start off, when she missed, her opponent capitalized with big turns. You just can't have the 1 and 2 mark around and when your opponent's throwing 6s and 7s. She finds herself hitting a lot of the neighbors here, and that's really been the difference. Chrissy's been able to consistently find the triple in this match where Cheyenne's just been next door to it. There you see it again. Huge 7 mark.
Yep. Grimmel's using that 18 and 17 like she did in leg 1. This almost mimics leg 1's scoring apparatuses. Grimmel pushes the 17s and 18s, but Cheyenne Richard won't lay off that 19 yet. Gonna make Grimmel think. What do you think of that?
Grimmel's playing that territory game. She's playing the territory game. Yeah. I love seeing this. It's such a different game. It forces your opponent to think about what they're doing and how far they are ahead. Are they far enough ahead on points? Where do I go after that? I've seen a lot of pros do this in steel tip and have done it to me, where they just make you think about what your darts are going to be, and it's difficult.
Well, the thing about this game is to remind you there's only a 200-point overkill. So you can only be 200 points in front of your opponent. That's it. So you're going to have to think some of that close as well. Who's in the driver's seat here? One's got the heavy point lead. One's got territory. What do you think?
Right now, well, you can count the point lead gone because Chrissy closes out the 19s. So Cheyenne needs to find a lot of triples this turn. Otherwise, she could be in a lot of danger. She go at bull there, knowing the situation that she's in. It's an interesting strategy. Only up by 94 points.
Ooh, Chrissy not happy with that turn, but she gains a little bit more, up 7 or down 76, but three segments. Now do you go bull?
Level 16 goes bull. Smart darts.
A little precarious now, Chrissy Grimmel. Tides have changed.
Winning darts in Cheyenne's hand, not anymore.
She just forced Chrissy to go all points here.
Yep. Chrissy's definitely fallen off the triple wagon. Gets the 4 there, but Cheyenne can win this. Not anymore.
Oh, just a bit outside.
Like I said, she's been all over those neighbors. Chrissy here, Single 15, bull, double bull for the win. Goes points instead.
Yeah, she was going to stay all
That's-
points. Single bull
that's
right here
interesting.
gives her
Well-
the look.
Yeah. Got to take a shot to win it. Oh, second time finding the neighbor.
Underneath the trip, too. She was staying all points.
Yeah,
57
definitely staying all
points.
points.
Now
Still
takes
has
3
winning
bulls.
darts here. There's one. Double here. Trip 15. It's the single all around it.
Oh, that's a big monster second dart.
Boom. A 9
Gotta
on
say it.
15s. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I think that one.
Rimmel,
I think
three
that
to the
9
win.
mark on. I think that 9 mark may have taken the sail out of Cheyenne's, the wind out of Cheyenne's sails there, and she does it all 3.
And bows to her.
Yeah.
Great match, ladies.
Grimmel.
3-0, Christy Grimmel. Battle's on.
Yeah.
Cheyenne Richard will move to the losers bracket. Looking to play
Yeah, she'll
for an
have a little bit-
opportunity to get in the top 4.
She'll have a little bit of a wait there. Looks like the second semifinal match in that bracket. I don't think we have either one of them playing or coverage of either one of them, either one of the bars there. Oh, Jeff's coming to us. Oh boy, I don't know if anybody wants to see that, Ryan.
Well, so let's say we're halfway through the brackets right now. What is your take so far, Mr. Tom?
A lot of fantastic darts so far. That match between Chrissy and Cheyenne, I wouldn't be surprised to see that again. Cheyenne's been throwing great darts. She's going to have a little bit of a wait to come back through that losers bracket to fight back up. But I wouldn't be surprised to see her again on stream facing out against Chrissy because both of them just monster legs so far. On the men's side, we'll see. Long day left to darts, but so far it's been a fantastic tournament.
So have you agreed with some of the strategies out of the players? Like we know we've seen Grimmel keep the points alive, but then we see her play the territorial game. What's been your take on strategies from players today?
So that territorial game, I talked about it a little bit. When a pro does that to you, it makes you think constantly about where you are in the game points wise versus what they can do with their 9 darts. Are they in a position with their 9 darts to win the game? Do I have enough points? At that point, you then have to stop thinking about 9 darts ahead. Now you have to start thinking multiple turns. You can no longer just sit in what's in front of you. You actually have to start thinking ahead and start planning ahead of saying, I'm going to do this turn. I've now had this outcome. I now have to do this. You get less time to react, and it becomes so much more akin to chess than darts. It can be frustrating, especially when your opponent like Grimmel there was just massively pouring in points whenever she wanted, was able to find triples of all the numbers.
We've spoke highly of the player base in the PPD over the years, and watching the strategies unfold. You can be outshot average wise, but you can beat your opponent in strategy. And then when we see our opponents and players come from overseas and play a little bit of cricket, the first thing they say is, I just got to learn the strategy. So interesting darts out of both ladies, both ways played, power points, territorial matches. aggressive shots for both hits and misses. So it's been exciting so far.
Well, it looks like we have Alyssa back on the stream here. See where she is playing right now.
Alyssa Morano taking on Cassandra. Is that Baguette? Barnett?
No. Trying to find Alyssa. Alyssa. Dudes. Just give me 1 second here. I'm having a problem finding her in the bracket.
Chandra closes the 20. She has the marks on the 18s. She does trips, takes the lead. Alyssa Morano, slow start. Looks to want to go the 19s here.
Looks like this is a race to 1. Alyssa versus Chandra in the round 9. On the bottom part of the bracket there, it looks like.
Yeah, so those
like
who maybe
they're all in
join
that
us or don't
last
understand the
chat.
strategy, this is a triple elimination. It's a winner's bracket format. There's a different loser's bracket, and if you make it to what we call last chance, it's 1-game shootouts.
So the 1-game shootout still all cricket, is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. It's crazy because the triple elimination I have seen over the years. I've been part of the PPD for going on my 12th year, and we have seen players lose 2 straight and then run the gauntlet, double dip the third place match, and then triple dip the finale to win. You're not out of it just because you're in a 1-game shootout. You need a lot of luck and some good darts, but you're not out of it.
Nothing's over till it's over in darts. That's the one thing I like about it. I've seen people with commanding leads just unable to close out, and all of a sudden a mental block. You start getting it around 3 and 4 where you have a chance to win it, and then all of a sudden you just find yourself on the losing end because you couldn't take advantage.
Alyssa Morano 76, Chandra 90. Last chance match here. Now, here's another one for you, Tom. This is a 20-round round out. Have you ever played round out before?
I have not played round out before, but I saw it last year at the Waterbury Open. An interesting strategy game that I really came to like by the end of that tournament.
I have seen more segments closed and lost to one player sitting on 15 that rounded them out by just keeping the 15 alive and pounding the points enough. The round out is an interesting strategy. You got to know where you're at, and you got to know when you need to play for it.
I do like how on the screen there it does have the counter what round you're in, so you can keep that strategy alive.
I start looking at it around 15, 16. Then I start really thinking about it on 17 and 18. Especially if you're in a big point battle back and forth, and you're not wanting to release your number, and they're not releasing theirs, and neither one of you are taking shots to close, because if you do, they're going to take you away. So it's a very interesting strategy to play for.
If I can read that correctly, I think they're in round 11 right now of 20.
.180 plays 152. 19's taking on the 18s. So tell me about the Waterbury Open.
So last year we were able. Jeff McMahon had us cover the Waterbury Open. They were nice enough to have us out. Huge event in Waterbury. All different skill ranges. All different players, different player types. Men's events, women's events. Haven't really had a chance to look at the flyer yet. I know it's out there for this year. But it was a 3-day event. We covered, I believe, Saturday and Sunday, and we were there all day Saturday and Sunday. And it was a fantastic turnout, and it was a great event. I had a lot of fun, learned a lot about soft tip, kind of rotated some people in to do guest commentary at points, and had an absolute blast.
Were they playing on the bullshooter boards like we're playing here?
They had, I believe, Bullshooter, Phoenix, and a couple of different boards. So they had kind of a mishmash of boards of whatever the different bars had.
Very interesting. PPD primarily plays on the plays all theirs on the bullshooter board. I know that other organizations use a mixture of the boards. The NDA, go to the big NDA tournament in Vegas, you're going to play on all kinds of boards.
Yeah, I think it was one of the guys from Connecticut, Paul Allen, was out at one of the bullshooter events in Chicago, showed us a picture of the room with all of the soft tip boards, and my jaw hit the floor.
Yeah, it's if you want to see a lot of boards, go look at the WEMO in Wisconsin. There's over 300 soft tip boards spread out all over that place. It's the largest tournament I've ever physically walked through. .270 playing .228. Alyssa Morano needs that 17. We're getting up there in rounds. Are they going to play for round out?
That's what I said. I was going to say. You started talking about you start looking at it at round 15, start thinking about it right around now. So what are you thinking strategy-wise as you start heading to the last 4 or 5 rounds here?
I do not release my number. If I own the 18s, I stay owning the 18s. If I go triple, then I want to do an aggressive shot to get rid of their number. If I'm not tripling the first 2 darts, I'm not going to take that aggressive shot. Make them chase me on the point values. I don't need anything else but the win. And round 20 will produce the win if I get the point lead. Don't see a whole lot of the round out in the higher levels. Yeah. There's that aggressive shot. And this is where that strategy comes in as well. Do you take that pot shot and get rid of their number, knowing they have to open a new number and you're late in the rounds? Ooh.
Huge last darts.
That's a huge round right there, just like you said.
Able to find the triple, though. Wow. Big answer.
Oh, she took it away again. That was another aggressive move. Got to have the 15s. This is it.
Snakes it. Oh, my gosh.
She has to hit.
She just needs the 118.
She went for the close. Maybe she doesn't realize she's on round out. There it is.
Yeah.
A round out. Chandra Daggett moves on. So we did see Chandra play more aggressive, and she kept pushing her opponent to lower numbers. If you have that round out opportunity and you make that aggressive shot, you have to hit. That in case Chandra was able to hit it.
Hey, listen, that's not a bad day of darts out for Alyssa. I think right there, finishing the top 25 to 28. I think there on the bracket says she's going to win $25. Not a bad day.
No, a little bit of money back. All depends on how you finish and how you qualify for the finales. And who do we have here?
Wesley Orr, and I can't see who he's playing. Fred Wright. And this is going to be the fourth round of the losers bracket for the men's in bracket 2. Winner of this is going to play Dennis Dukerme.
This is leg number 2. Looks like Wesley got the first leg. It's 2 out of 3, and I believe it's cricket with the 501 break.
Yeah, I believe the women is the opposite. I believe it's for the women. I believe it's cricket 0101, but I could be mistaken. Fred an absolutely commanding lead at this point, though, in this one.
299 plays 177. Another 18 added. 17's goodbye.
Had a commanding lead and then pours in a 7 hit to just absolutely take a throttle chokehold on this one.
We talk about how you don't want your opponent to breathe. If you can keep them frustrated and moving around the board and you push them around, especially when you're playing a 2 out of 3 situation, you can turn that third leg into more of your leg because they're already mad, they're already frustrated.
Yeah. Wesley finds himself in that situation where you need the 7 and 9 hits versus just being able to close here. A 4 really does nothing for him here. Only getting the 1 that's going to put Fred was already in a situation where he had a massive lead. Even now, it's just going to grow.
Red White taking care of the 15s. To the bull.
He went with the military strategy there. He had it surrounded, just couldn't find it. Couldn't get it in the bullseye there. Put darts all around it.
Right, looking to the bull. He gets 2. Big ass for Wesley here on the bullseye. Need all 6.
It's always a terrible feeling when you're staring at a board and even 6 bullseyes doesn't catch you back up. That one just hurts you.
Sometimes you just want to get the leg over and get into the next one. You want a fresh start.
Fred doesn't give it to him, though. Back to Wesley. There's a 5 mark on bulls. Oh, that last one wasn't in there. So we go to 5-0. So this is the last leg.
This is the count up version. So they're going to cork here, best 3 darts to see who goes first. Ooh, it's going to have to score here. He's going to give the
Needs
start
the
to
trip.
Wesley on 501.
Oh, no, he's not. Steals it with the trip 20.
Here we go. Third game decider. Winner will move on. Loser to the last chance. And need 3 credits. Oh, interesting. You're going first. Full bull. Single out. Just be steady Eddie. Low tons to hat tricks. Big advantage. Wesley Orr needs a 150. Take a lead. Switch the darts to his throw.
Talked
And
about the
together on
bounce
this,
outs counting
4-3-3.
earlier there.
Mm-hmm.
There's your low ton.
Or back on his heels. Low ton or better. This is where the 0-1 can get frustrating.
There
You're
ever a
right there.
situation where you consider moving away from the bull and trying to go to trip 20? Like when Wesley in there needed a low ton?
A lot of player strategy will go bullseye, bullseye, trip 20 for the high ton, or bullseye, bullseye, trip 19. Some will open bull, trip 20, trip 20. You're trying to utilize the extra 7 to 20 points per round to change because they're in player two's position. Player one, a lot of times will try to go hat, and then high ton to set up an easy out for the finish.
There you said, nice low ton, get him back in the game here. But barring anything catastrophic, Fred will have the first look at it out.
See, if I was in Fred spots here, I'm thinking only hat trick. I want a comfortable out. One more bull leaves me 96. I can work with that. Another bull sets the out. This is interesting, Tom.
Yeah.
Fat bull, trip 13 for the win. Bullseye lead 54. Oh,
Trip 18 leaves
aggressive.
himself 50. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
so that's an aggressive shot because you got a smaller segment. But I would open here bullseye first start. It's not going to go. Not the turn Wesley Orr wanted.
And that'll do it. Fred's able to pull out and move on.
Continuing our coverage of the PPD weekend number 4 qualifiers. Players preparing themselves to get ready for the TOC in October. Tom, when's your
So
next
talking
personal
about
event?
our next, oh boy, my next event, I'll probably be on stream hopefully next weekend for doing a little for the CDC. They'll be from Niagara Falls, but I believe there's going to be some remote commentary. Not sure yet, but there should be some commentary going on that weekend. But if not, I'm hoping to be up at Witch City a couple weeks after that. So we'll see. How about yourself?
I think Shark Tank is my next travel. Shark Tank is a great event, both player and streaming. It's $25,000. Is what their prize fund is. 24,000. Not bad for a soft tip tournament.
Yeah, I think my next one on USA, I think I'll hop in a little bit there with Will while I'm up at Witch City. Always a great event. Love that event. Always a big contingent from Connecticut going up there to the Nashville location. So it'll be a great weekend and a lot of fun.
I've been to the Seacoast. I've never been to Witch City.
I'm the opposite. It's the last 2 years ago. I was going to go to Seacoast, or sorry, 3 years ago. I went to Witch City instead of Seacoast. Just wasn't able to get both of them. 2 years ago, same thing. There was I was actually away the weekend to Seacoast, and then last year I actually had surgery on my shoulder before, like a couple days before Seacoast, so I wasn't able to go anywhere. So hopefully he'll get out there this year. Really depends on some other issues that we got going on, but we'll see. Would love to get up there. I've heard it's nothing but fantastic things about it. So I'd really like to get up there and be a part of that weekend.
Excellent. Here we go. So it's
Got
Elisa
Alyssa
Evans
Nicole.
versus Nicole Torres. Is that correct?
That's what it looks like.
Evans in control over Nicole. Is this a king seat match?
I'm scrolling through trying to find out where. Yes, it is. This is the king seat for this one.
This looks like it's the opening round. Just a little bit of technical difficulties. We'll be right back.
Bear with us there. We'll be right back to that one.
Back to the blue screen.
There we are.
So just to remind everybody, the queen seat match is the first one to win 4 legs of cricket. It's alternating, or it's loser starts.
Alyssa with a big lead here in this one.
Torres closing the pool. Advantage Evans.
Oh, just missed the double bowl there. One bull to win. Move on to the next leg. First tart. Pins it in there.
Shot.
Looks like Nicole is up 2-0 in this one. Sorry, looks like Alyssa's up 2-0 in this one. I apologize.
Nicole opening on the 20s, gets it closed. Alyssa aggressively gets rid of the 20 early.
How do you feel about that strategy? Opponent didn't score on 20s, you go after it first start, try to trip it and close it.
So the only person that ever said to me that would use that strategy early, Darren Young back in the day, he said everyone can throw 20s, and he only ever said it on 20s. Everyone can throw 20s. If you have an opportunity to close it in the first round and your opponent has it, get rid of it. Battle the rest of the board. However, how many times that I've done that, I went up and thrown 2 marks, and my opponent comes up and just smashes it. So, the smarter darts would be to trip the 19, maybe fat the 19, and then take a shot at it. Who knows? But he always said if you take them off the power number of 20, you can change the dynamic of the game quickly. Because everyone throws 20, right? Yeah, everyone does, especially in 501.
You wouldn't be able to be in the spot that you're in if you weren't able to hit 20s consistently. Problem is, you throw, like you said, you get 2 of those 20s and all of a sudden now you miss or one goes astray and you've let your opponent then take what could be a devastating lead.
Yeah, because you know how many times that you leave that open and they go trip 19, trip 18, trip 17. So, yeah, so 16 and 15 to work with early in a cricket game, it sucks. No, don't get me wrong. You can work your way back, but it's a lot of game to be played.
And that situation, working your way back, you're more hoping your opponent is missing versus you hitting.
Also, understanding your opponent. When you're playing online, you see them through a little camera. And when you're playing them live, and you either played against them or know them or watch them play, you might be able to use a little bit of that strategy thought process. I don't know. Playing remotely from your bar, you're going to tend to play the board more than you will your opponent, because other than seeing them through the camera, you don't see how they're acting. You don't see they're frustrated. You might see how they throw their arms up, but for the most part, it's you and the board.
Part of me likes that a little bit more, especially for me who can, when they get frustrated, be a little more animated than most people. It does take me a little bit to lose my cool, but when I do, and I start getting frustrated, it's definitely a little more evident than some others.
Well, so when you get 2 high-end players together in a live match, you would be surprised on how much more they're playing the player than they are playing the board. You get let's say you get a Jeff Smith against a Baggish. They've played together 100 times, and they see one of them get frustrated. They look to take advantage of it. Whereas when
I
you're
hear that
playing
name.
online, it's you and the board, and you're hoping you see a miss. You're looking for just a miss, and that's you.
I hear that name all the time. Is that Danny Baggish fella any good? He's come over this way, done a couple of events here with some PDC players. Always just seemed like he's an okay guy. I don't know.
Yeah,
Is he a
he's an
good dart
okay
player?
guy. Yeah, he's got raw scoring power. Man, I tell you what, you can catch him on the right time and playing a game of cricket, and you're in trouble.
I got the couple years ago. I had the fortune of getting to play Danny at one of the events that he hosts, and that was a lot of fun. And then last year, I was able to be the MC for the event, so I got to pick on Danny a lot more. So always a great sport, always a great time when he comes through. So it's always a lot of fun, and when he's taking it seriously, he can take it to a different gear that you rarely see in darts.
That is true, and it's just crazy because it's an exciting player to watch, both on the hockey and then talk to him off the hockey.
Yeah, there was only one that unfortunately I had to miss because I wasn't able to get there. Stowe Bunce was actually up in our area in the Northeast. He was up here doing something, and I saw he was up here with Crystal, and I missed them. So I was a little bummed that I had to miss that event. But I heard everything went well, and that tour went well for them. So hopefully they're able to do it again, and I can catch them because you want to talk about personalities at a dart line. Stowe is definitely one of those.
He looks like I've played him online, but he looks like he'd be a lot of fun. And I've called his matches remotely, but it looks like he'd be a lot of fun just to have a conversation with.
One of the first guys, my first weekend at the CDC that actually took the time and actually, talked to me about darts and strategy and everything like that. Because at that point, it was just me trying to gain a little bit more perspective as we see Nicole taking down that leg there. So Alyssa will then go first in the next one. See Nicole fighting back now. It's 2-1. See if she can break Alyssa's throw here. But yeah, Stowe is the first one to go out of his way, talk strategy with me, how he approaches the events, what he does to warm up and everything like that. And just an overall amazing guy and just super, super nice. Can't say enough about how nice he was and a lot of the other players were to me when I was able to volunteer some time a couple of years ago for the CDC.
Yeah, that's the aspect of PPD, CDC, and other organizations bringing darts either live entertainment for you through our streams or tournaments that they manage or events that you qualify and play in. I mean, we're pretty blessed with some of the player pool and how cool they are to hang out with. I mean, I know a lot of them for over the years, and like Danny's fun to talk to. I've never got the chance to talk with Stowe, but we're in different corners of the continent, as you would say. The Chris Slims and like Kevin Luke and some of those other players that we see in and out of our streams, they're fun to talk to, and they're funny when you really get them away from the game.
Kevin Luke, I've actually only gotten to talk to once. It was at the last tournament I was at, and he was absolutely hilarious all weekend long. Every time I'd run into him away from the line, So it was really nice to meet him and finally put a face with the name and everything like that. And he was absolutely hilarious all weekend long. Definitely gave me the business. It was a lot of fun.
Speaking of the business, Alyssa Evans commanding over Nicole. Pushing Nicole out of it down.
Wanted to see how Nicole would react here. She needs a break a throw here to make this 2-2.
Evans up 2 segments. Looks to point and close the 17. How aggressive is she going to be on dart 1? It's always a great shot when the first dart goes in the triple for the close.
That right feels great. When you throw a dart and it's in the center of the segment where you're aiming at, it feels fantastic.
Nothing like throwing that double bull in a cork and it's in the center of the board.
Unless you're me, and then you open up, in an 0-1 situation, you're like, here's a 1, a 5, and a single 20 for my 26. Thank you very much. I'll move on.
Well, the best ones for me is, all right, it's game 5. It's deciding leg. I won the cork. I'm going to open up cricket, and I go blank.
Yep.
Okay.
Always happens.
Great.
I didn't want to start at all. Thank you. Here you go.
Oh, you start. And what always happens to me is I'll blank on that open on the cricket. It's always a deciding leg too. And then my opponent like buries a 9 or a big 7 or closes 3 segments or it's just frustrating.
Speaking of frustrating, Alyssa right there, only 1 mark on that turn in a dangerous situation where Nicole could take the lead and does there with a 7 mark.
That's a big strategy move right here. Alyssa needs to get out of that 18. She needs a segment too. And does frustration set in?
Well, we talked about earlier how all of a sudden a game can turn. It's about when you miss. And right now, Nicole really not missing and taking advantage of two subpar turns by Alyssa to really take it over this game.
We talk about how
If I'm
mental this
Alyssa,
game is.
I might have thrown bulls there if I was Alyssa after that first start into the 8 and just try to reset myself to set myself up. Throwing the 16 there. It's been a couple of turns where she's been a little wanting and a little off. Maybe use that bullseye to reset.
Into the 16. Needs a triple. She definitely is frustrated flying high into the 8s. Cole gets rid of the 16. Goes for the bull. Doesn't grab any. It's got a 3-dart lead or 3-segment lead.
I really think if she had put some more points on the board there, it really would have frustrated her opponent and more than she's already frustrated.
Closing down 2 segments. Still leaves the 18 open. Nicole can use that, which she looks like she's doing. Now to the bull.
Can she hit a double bull? Oh, just a little outside. Does Nicole go for the win here? She does. Takes it down. Nicole able to break Alyssa's throw, square this back up 2-2 in this queen seat match for the 5th bracket.
Winner of this is guaranteed the finale. And I think the loser of the queen seat match guarantees a minimum of 4th. Remember how the brackets break down. So both in good players in good position for the finale in Kansas City this October. But right now, it's all about winning. It's all about winning what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are thinking about where they're now for TOC. I think at this point you're so laser focused on winning this and letting the future shake out that I don't know at this point if they're thinking about TOC.
Back to being aggressive, Alyssa is. Another 19. Trips at the 3rd one. Big start. Alyssa Evans.
It was aggressive throwing that 19s, but with the trip closed, she was still able to point. So I don't hate the switch out of that because she was able to get that triple close and get some more points out of it. Speaking of points.
Yeah. She's like, I'm going to put this one out of perspective from that last leg I had. It can be a little frustrating, but if you're on the Aki and you just lost the last leg and you were struggling in the lower segments of the board, use that higher segments to build that game up for you. That way, if you do struggle, you can manage through it.
And you see there with Alyssa with a 6 hit on this. So she's not going anywhere. Points here with this start. Yeah, going right at the 20s.
Yep. Smart move on that. Got the 18 closed. Look at the 17, but back to points, making it harder for her opponent to score back.
Well, earlier you saw her stay on those 19s where she could get the triple close and get some points. In that situation, the 17 triple doesn't get her any points. So she went back to score on the 20s. You'll see her right at the 20s, not moving. Ooh, goes to the 15s. Interesting switch.
Monster round. But if you remember the previous leg, that 16 was frustrating. She puts it to the last of needed. It's now last needed outside of the bull. And she may even go bull because she frustrated on that 16 last turn.
Her opponent threw 1 mark on 16s. I think no matter what happens, she's thrown all 3 there.
High into the 8 again.
Points. Got to go points.
I like your strategy of going the
Wow.
bull. That third dart, I may
Yeah,
have thrown the bull.
I might have thrown the bull too. I think either bull or point there. I don't think either one of those is the bad call. Her opponent with a monster round on 16s, though, puts the pressure on her.
Manages the first.
20 does mean something here. Goes a bull. Okay.
20, I think, would have been the smarter dart because of it creates another bull and it challenges your opponent to do more on the bull.
Yep.
Melissa Evans. Commanding lead, 3 bulls to win.
It's into the 5. Got to go to point here.
Laying both those darts up. She's throwing a little on the high side. High on the bull, high on the 16s. Maybe she needs to step back just a little bit or maybe just release a little bit late.
Got some comments coming through on Facebook. No.
Sorry to everyone else. We love you.
All right. Alyssa here, still sitting on bulls. One more to take a 3-2 lead. There it is. That's a 3-2 lead.
Bam, bam. Thank you, Sam.
It was 3-2. There should be one more there, I believe.
That or they took a quick 5-second break or had to put money in. Nicole manages 2. Alyssa won the last leg, gets to the line. She jumped up there when she seen on that 2 mark.
Mm-hmm.
She does have a nice straight shot. If you notice that elbow straight. Torres struggling. Nothing on the first 2. She's going to have this third one hit.
I like that a strategy from her too, being able to take a step back, took a breath, able to see it in her player camera there. Through the first 2, didn't get what she needed, took a step back, able to close out the 20s. But Alyssa continuing, that last dart, okay, found the 19.
To the 17s. 5 on the turn. Evans
Nice
should go
darts.
18s here.
So we're talking about Cheyenne earlier, playing in her match. She's actually watching the stream, watching Alyssa play. So great to see her in the stream and playing darts today. That's awesome.
Speaking of awesome, speaking of Monster 7 mark at Evans, Torres still back on her heels. Pushed back on the 17s. You feel some aggression coming out of Evans now after that debauchable leg that she had in the beginning?
Yeah, when that fourth leg where she ended up just kind of a little high and a little off and a little frustrated. Looks like she's been able to channel that the last leg, and then to start this leg into finding the darts and where they need to go. But Nicole not backing down there with a 5 mark, still putting pressure on.
Looks to close the 17.
It does it there.
Oh. Good move to close, but she needed to back it up with some points. Torres can make the aggressive shot here. She's not going to. She wants her own segment. If I'm Evans, I'm burying points right now. I want to make that 16 hard on her.
She struggled on that 16 so much, she may just try to get it closed and out of the way here. She does. Only that 3-point lead, though. So it's an interesting situation she finds herself in. And a 7 mark on 15s from Nicole, not going away.
Torres down in points, but it's got 3 holes. Yeah, she's just right now just done to trip that 19.
Tied in points. Interesting. Trip 19, trip 18, trip 16. Can you do it? Do you go at it? Nope, right at points. Okay.
No, I'm going to put 60 points up because 45 right now is playing 57. Oh, aggressive move right there.
I like it. With the 3 segments open and able to score, I like that dart. Try to get that 15 closed.
Torres up 101, but down 3 holes.
See what Alyssa does. She's thinking right there at the line. Going at points. Trips the 19 with that second one. Trips the 19 with that third one. 7 mark, giving her a huge point lead.
32 points. Forces Torres into the trip 15. Big monster round on Evans. Now Alyssa close.
Yeah, 2-point lead. I think she goes right at it. Here you throw it a bowl. 1-point segment doesn't matter. Smart darts. Absolutely
Big
smart darts. Correct darts. Would have needed a triple in either one of the segments that she has open to put her up another bull. But her opponent throwing 3 single bulls. Now she has opportunities and options. Would expect her to go right at the win here. Follow up that first one. Gets it with the second one, and she's going to be sitting pretty in the queen seat. That is a big win for Alyssa Evans, as she will wait the winners coming through the losers bracket.
Very good. Moving on. Who do we got next, folks? Jordan Clayton out of Joplin, Missouri. I know that name. Not very far from the house. And then he's taking on Tyler Christensen. Tyler Christensen playing out of the nickel spot.
Now they're going to be in bracket 9 for the men. Try to find out where they are there for you. This is going to be a race to 1 in the last chance bracket. So that's where they're at right now. Round 15 in that last chance bracket. So 11th and 12th place.
We're getting down in the days, folks. 9 brackets of men, 32 per bracket. Tells you how many people are playing today.
full up bracket. That's 9 brackets, all at 32.
288 players toeing the Aki today, trying to play for 32 spots.
Yeah, 288 men, 159 women playing today. So 159 women across the 5 brackets.
And everybody is playing from their home bar. That's what's crazy. Yeah. What's even crazier is I'm sitting in Springfield, Missouri, and you're sitting in Connecticut. And here we are talking darts.
The advances in dart technology and what we've been able to do, PPD and other online dart venues have been able to do as far as broadcasting has gone, and being able to cover and show more darts has been able to get more people, more exposure, more leagues, more exposure, and I think get the player and the quality of play up as far as North American darts go.
It has definitely been the one way to shrink the country. Back in the day, you wouldn't see these players unless you went to travel to a bull shooter, an NDA, the old medalist, an ADA, steel tip action, and through the ADO, the CDC. I mean, you'd had to travel to play it. So it's really cool to see these players come together on a single platform. Clayton not managing much with 2.
And it's being able to showcase players of all different skill levels, I think, is what's amazing. You know, we've seen some players, you know, today that are thrown over a 4. We're seeing some players hover just around a 2, but they're all participating and they're all playing in different brackets and all with a shot to go to TOC. I think that's absolutely fantastic.
We're struggling with some. Oh, they're fixing a dart. Yeah, because the dynamics of the TOCs it changes it even better. So the one thing that was really crazy is we used to do the qualifiers on site at the TOC. Man, you had to move around the room quickly to get to the finals. Looks like we really had a round of mess ups. Now they're fixing it now. There we go. Christian managed to bull, sends it back, gets his bull back in there. Clayton to throw. Every once in a while, the machines do make the little mistakes on the matrix.
Yeah, Christensen here with a chance to take this leg down. Just needs the 2 bulls. Second dart. See him throw the angry last dart.
That or I finally got it dart. I needed that dart.
But that'll move him on. He'll end up going into 10th place. Jordan will finish in the 11th, 12th bracket again, walking away with $25 and another wonderful day of darts. So Tyler moving on through in that bracket.
Next up, we got Scott Dunaway. He's taking on Jason Amundsen. Hope I said that
he's
right.
He's playing out of Starkeys.
So I usually butcher names. So it's Amundsen.
That's the one problem not being on site. I can't go apologize to the player when I butcher their name.
No, but I'll get the message. This is how you say it. And they'll give me pronunciations for it. I just kind of get cracked up. Like, I'm trying.
You'll get the phonetic pronunciation. Just be like, hey, listen, I'm sorry. Looks like this is in bracket 3. Scott and Jason are in the 10th spot. Winner will be going and playing Ken Judd up next. So this is going to be, again, last chance bracket, and this is a race to 1.
Dunaway's going to have to do a lot of work on the 15s. Down in points, down a segment. Unfortunately, that's not what he was wanting to throw.
He got the next door neighbor there, like not even the neighbor. Last dart frustration getting him trying to close that 18, but that's a rough turn.
15's goodbye. 18's for points.
2 of them. A trip and a single. Wow. Nice darts. I thought that was more. I thought that was at least 4.
Two bulls. Just needs one.
And that'll do it.
Jason Munson moves on. Shoots 4.03 in the last late decider.
And we're going to go back to Cheyenne, and she's playing Karen McGee. And this is going to be the semifinals of the losers bracket. So they're waiting on that there. And I will shout out that Cheyenne did post on Facebook that she thinks it's an accomplishment that she has not cried on stream yet. So, Cheyenne, you've been throwing great darts today, and hope to see you continue doing so. On cue with a 5 mark. So this one's still a race to 2. So Cheyenne here, I believe this is game 2. I can't see for certain, but I think that's what I saw. 2 bulls here. There's 1. Just a bit outside. At 17 will point, though. Doesn't put her up another bull, but her opponent would need 4 to take the point lead. Cheyenne 1 bull away here. Pins it with the first one. Cheyenne throwing a 4.11. Fantastic darts still from Cheyenne. So that was the first leg because it was cricket. Now I believe it's 0-1 and 0-1. So this will be what the count
So
up
is this
for
the
0-1?
finale of the losers bracket?
This is the semifinals for the losers bracket for the first one. So this is
Okay.
still just a race to 2.
Gotcha.
Wasn't sure if they just went straight alternate or if they did a count up here.
It should go loser starts, if I remember right. And speaking of starts,
Oh.
Richardson opens with a hat trick.
Yeah, I said she's been throwing great darts all day long, and she's continuing here.
There's another one.
Back to
And
back.
that, folks, That's Bunny. That's the bunny.
So I asked you before, in that situation where you're now almost 100 and plus points back, where even a low ton doesn't do it, do you try to go with the triple 20s if you're Cheyenne's opponent there?
You have to start thinking that because so Cheyenne gained the lead with back-to-back hat tricks, so she switched the throw segments where it's now on
Yeah.
her throw. And the only way when you're throwing full bowl, in my opinion, is you have to use the triple segments. You have to use the 10 points higher from the trip 20, 7 points higher from the trip 19, multiples together to get yourself back in it. Cheyenne can comfortably stay on the bowl.
Just absolutely
there.
fantastic. Dagger darts. Wow.
And that is how you take out a 122.
Just the confidence to go and know that you can go bull, double 11, bull for the win there. Absolutely fantastic darts.
David Reese, back up. Here we go. Single bull. Is this in the last chance decider or is this still in the loser's bracket?
Let me take a look here for you. I'll find David here. All right. David's in bracket 5. So let's take a look here.
Or is David just playing an online game at home?
Oh. Sorry, my whole thing just crashed. I don't see David.
Looks like David is playing an online league or just an online casual play.
Yeah, I don't see. I think Mr. Reese has been eliminated today.
Yep. Well, a little bonus coverage.
It looks like Mr. Reese. It looks like David went out in the round 13 in that last chance bracket. Looks like he went out in that 15th, 16th place. Is where his day ended up here.
As we're waiting for opponents.
Yeah, day is slowly winding down, so we'll be finding some matches for you here.
That's the little challenging side that we open up with 288 men, 159 women with multiple bars, but we get the lower sides of it. Our streaming locations either get eliminated or become limited. So hey, real quick, I know you got the CDC coming up next weekend for Niagara Falls. It is next weekend, correct?
That is next weekend, yes, sir.
Oh, and so with that, the point races are starting to wind down for the chance to go overseas. You got any predictions on that?
You say it's winding down, but it's always so close to that breakdown. Last year I think it came down to the last 2 events. So I think it came down to the last event on Saturday, and then Sunday it still wasn't officially locked up. At this point, I really do think it could be anyone's race in that top 5. it's all about if anybody gets hot. You saw how quickly it can turn in an event like last year where Stowe won all 3 events and, really built up that momentum last year. So if you see something like that, all of those players are so capable of dominating a weekend. It's hard to just pick one out of that top 5 that I think is going to end up going over there.
With the level of play that we've seen in both the soft tip and steel tip today versus, say, 10 years ago, what do you feel our chances are going overseas?
It's really about experience, I think, at this point, and the people that we've been sending over consistently. You're seeing more people go overseas and have success. You've seen Jules go overseas, you had success. You've seen Danny go overseas and have success. You've seen Matt Campbell go overseas and have success. I think it's just putting yourself in the situation to go overseas and play in those venues is going to give you the experience of being on that stage. And let's face it, even the guys who are going to Madison Square Garden, that event in that location in the crowd itself is still not what it's like to play in Ali Pali or anywhere like that. Those fans are just at a different level.
And fans, we're back. We got another match here for you. Just a little CDC talk there, just live.
Yeah.
Right now, we're working with the PPDs, Players Promoting Darts. Qualifier weekend number 4. Players qualifying for their chance to make it in the elite finale, which pays $30,000 for the first place team.
I mean, I know I don't play soft tip. Is there any way that we can do an unranked qualifier for some people? I'm just saying.
Well, the thing about it is I have actually had that question. So the minimum you got to play for the PPD league, which is an online league from home or from your local bar, is 500 games for the year. So you got to put the time in to make the qualifications. So just to play in the opening of just the TOC, what we call ancillary events, you got to put in 350 games at home or at your local bar with the league, and they're a PPD approved vendor. So I mean, there's both sponsorship monies that come in and then league money that comes in plus what you win back. Then there's the other events like the PPD National and All Stars that give you ranking events that give you points into your opportunities for this.
So it looks like if this is Gabe and Jeff, I believe was where we were at. This is a round 17 race to 1 last chance for in bracket 8. As I believe where we're at.
As they coin up. What do you think so far about today's action?
Again, I think that we've seen tremendous darts. I think the person that we've had on stream most has been Cheyenne. We saw David on stream a couple of different times. But across all the brackets here, I think we've seen players of all different skill levels really show their talents on the board and the different strategies that you can have in the events. How about yourself? How are you feeling about today?
It's always exciting to be able to call these events. I also like strategy moves. Alyssa Evans impressed me with how aggressive she was playing there, taking her opponent, pushing her opponent around. I do like seeing that. I do like seeing people throwing the smart darts, like we've seen Cheyenne go for the bull instead of adding a single 19, which really wouldn't have done anything for a single 19. It would have taken a trip 19. So seeing those strategies and those players make the right moves is really exciting for me because it's good quality play.
How does it make you feel when you're playing and you see somebody play or throw the wrong dart?
Well, if they're my opponent,
when they're your opponent, how does it make you feel when they throw the wrong dart?
Well, I actually, I just kind of shake my head like, well, okay, because I'm going to bury you here with this one. Miscounting drives me nuts, even when either myself or my opponent, especially in 01. Throwing a fat 20 when a 19 would have left a 167 or a 164, depending on this. Miscounting drives me nuts, even though you just put 3 more darts in my hand. Or I make a accounting error in my head where I was thinking of throwing the 19 and I threw the 17, which now I'm like 171 or 172 instead of 170. And I was, bonehead mistakes. That stuff drives me nuts. Cricket strategies. If you're going to make an aggressive move, you have to hit it in dart 1. When players don't hit it in dart 1, they don't throw smart darts. They get frustrated and just throw at the segments. Most of the time, they'll leave themselves really out to dry on it.
And here on the stream, we've seen Wesley Orr before. Looks like this is Wesley Orr and Ryan Harnwell. So that's Ryan Harnwell and Wesley Orr. This is men's bracket number 2, round 16. So this is the last chance bracket. And this is for 10th place.
Harnwell closes 17, starts the 16s. He's got a 2-segment lead. Orr back on his feet. He's going to have to work the 16s or 15s or bull. Oh, he's going to make an aggressive move. Last chance decider.
Ooh.
See, now if I'm Harnwell, I'm going to go up there and bury a 180.
Bury
just
him,
to
right?
make you pay.
Bury him in 20s.
Yeah. Bury him in 20s. But Harnwell's going to stay on the 16s. They say there's no friends in cricket strategies. Nope. You use the points to your advantage to stay in the game.
Yeah, our trip up to Syracuse a couple of years ago, I got to sit in the car with my good friend Steve Ma, who's a player in our area, and we just talked about cricket strategy. And Steve's one of those guys that he's read every book about darts there is, and the right thing and the wrong thing to do. And we talked about different scenarios and why we thought it might be a smart dart to do this or do that. And knowing when to be aggressive and when you need to score in a situation like this is huge.
Time and experience really helps players, newer players. Having a good mentor and mentoring them through cricket strategies is huge. Like you said, your friend read a lot of stuff on it. Time and experience, understanding when a single shot is not necessary for points because it just really was not worth anything. But then making the smart shots. Like, I should have just pointed first and then taken the triple close with my third dart. Or, like you said, throw a shot for the close. If you only took the first dart, use those last 2 darts to go up and point.
Wesley in a situation where he needs to find himself another triple after that dart.
He does get 7.
There you go. That's a nice 7 mark. Put the pressure on Ryan. See what Ryan decides to do here. If he goes at 20s or if he goes close and then 20s. Be interesting to see what he decides to do here. Right at the 20s. So I'll probably stay there and then go 15s.
Oh, yeah, he pulled that 5 twice.
Yeah.
We've seen it earlier at Wesley. He's playing aggressive.
Bullseye. Yeah, I mean, I understand trying to throw the triple to get yourself up another bull, but I don't know.
It's a bullseye race. Last late decider.
I don't know if that second dart was intentional out of Ryan, if that was just a fallout, what that was. But to close off the 15s and make it a 3-3, smart move.
Just needs 1.
Missed it.
3 bulls here, darts in hand.
And he'll take it down. Needs one more. Oh.
And just missed.
Wow.
Heartbreaker win, heartbreaker loss.
Whew.
And Wesley Orr says, let's go.
That's such a tough situation to be in right there. One bull needed for a win in a situation where you're no back against the wall, nowhere else to go. Huge win out of Wesley there. It looks like we're going to go back to Cheyenne Richards versus Janie Johnson Cullen here in the losers bracket of bracket 1. This is round 7, so this is still the losers bracket. Still all cricket. And Cheyenne looks like she's got herself a pretty big lead at this point. Just needs a couple of 15s here to close them out. There's one. Other one's a little low. Able to sneak it in there. So 15's closed out. Got herself a 7-point lead. Janie going to come up here. Four bulls needed to get herself a point lead and a little bit of breathing room here. Cheyenne just needs 2. Needs 3 bulls to close it out. It's a little high. It might be a blocker dart. I can't talk about how many times I do that at the line where I've thrown an errant dart trying to get into a 20, try to take a breath and find the dart again. Can't do it. Can't take another bullseye lead. So Janie does not have winning darts in hand, but she can make this interesting now. And interesting, she will make it. Cheyenne's going to need some 17s here. He's another one. Back-to-back turns there, finding herself a little wanting. Janie now just with 3 17s, and she'll have a win. Going the bull for points. Looks like she couldn't find the 17s, went bull to give herself more of a point lead. Cheyenne's going to need to find some 17s here. There he finds 5 of them.
She found 5 right there. Janie Johnson pushed back.
After dominating bullseye performance there, falling off a little bit on those last couple of rounds. See if Cheyenne can capitalize. Going all 17s there for the first one. I think that second one was a shot at the bull, and she got lucky and fell out into the 17 for some more points.
She's closing it.
Oh, that's such good darts. Still needs 3 bulls and a 17 for a winner. Close 17s.
I don't know if I would have wanted to leave that 17 open with Cheyenne Richards.
Yeah. Talked about her being aggressive earlier. Wow.
Yeah. If she would have closed it, that would have forced her all bull.
You see Janie there just around the bullseye there. into the 11s. One more bull for Cheyenne. Needs a double bull to take the point lead. Cheyenne's still just one bull away from a victory on this leg.
117 doesn't do her any justice, but she didn't need
No.
it. There it is.
Rather uncharacteristic leg for what we've seen from her before. 2-5-8 for her to win that one. Seen her more up in the 4s there.
Well, as we know,
And,
winner, chicken dinner. Doesn't matter how you get there.
No, it does not.
And when she was shooting 4-1, 4-2 against Grimble, but a 2.85 was just enough.
And we saw her last time in 01 go 150, 150 to open. See if she can find it again. Just a little low. Takes it with the last one. Janie's got to have it, and she's had the start here in 01 because she lost the last leg. Ryan, do you subscribe to pressure darts? Putting more pressure on somebody when you're coming out, and trying to put pressure on them here in game 2, make them force and struggle at it or press a little bit.
So one of the things that if I have won game 1, I want to try to what they call suffocate them, make it where they want to give up. If I've lost game 1, I want to try to put as much pressure I can where they have to think about trying to beat me a second leg. When you're playing long format, sometimes it takes 2 or 3 legs for you to settle in. And these shorter formats, you've got to think pressure early, and you got to think, what am I going to do to make my opponent think about me? 01 using triples.
Cheyenne putting just a 150 and then following it up with another good turn. Janie's going to need to do a lot of work from here on out.
Yeah, well, 01 you use triples, and in cricket you use the points, things like that. Just really kind of this is a mental game. Darts is more middle than folks realize, especially unless you get into the higher elements of it. You got to have the mental strength. And even the higher end players with the mental strength, they tend to struggle at times too.
I don't think she was looking for the triple 20 there on that dart, but sets herself up, has a double 15. See what she can do here. Does have 6 clear at it, so she'll get these 3 and at least 3 more. Her opponent's in on 174.
Goes for the trip 10.
There you go.
Single 10, single 20. That's it. Richard moves on. 35.79.
Yeah.
Not too shabby for an 01 leg.
That'll move her on to the finals of the losers bracket. She'll be placing Jamie Nowak there into that round 8 losers bracket.
Tyler Christensen, commanding lead over Brett Peters. This was probably a 1-game losers bracket shot. Is that what you said?
I believe that's what this is.
They're up there in rounds too. I can't exactly see what round they're on. Christensen looking to close the 16s.
Looks like they are in round 11, I think that says.
Big close on the 16. Trip 20 for points. More pressure.
Yeah, so this is a round 16, 10th place match between Peters and Christensen.
Christensen continues, closes to 15. Peters stuck on the bull, down 80 points. He's going to need to pepper the heck out of it.
He's at that point where he needs 6 of them.
I think that was a frustration close on that 20. Tyler Christensen, 3 bowls to win. There it is.
Solid round there. Finds the 3 bowls, takes it down. And you'll see we're going back to Cheyenne and Jamie here. Jeff McMahon behind the scenes letting us know that we're starting to round out. It's going to be slim pickings from here on out. So this is the loser side queen seat match. So this is the losers bracket. This is still a race to 2. Jamie won the count up, so Jamie went first in cricket. Started out there with a 6 hit, it looks like. And Cheyenne
so
with 5.
The winner of this will be the 3rd place match. Would have to be double dipped to go to the finals to get past them, or they would just need to win 2 out of 3 to move to the finals. The loser of this will have 2 losses. Will be in the 4th place match spot. They'll have to play a one last chance to try to get back to the 3rd place player. So this right here is very interesting on setting yourself up in the 3rd or 4th spot on what legs and what format to play. Doing what we've seen Cheyenne do all day. Hammers the 20, grabs the 17.
Super aggressive darts.
Takes a lead of 77 points and a segment. Jamie is not backing down. Does manage 4 in the 18s. Decision time here for Richard. Does she go to the 18? Does she start with the 17 on points?
Oh, she's going 18. She's been aggressive all day long.
The aggression pays off. You can see that shoulder action on that 3rd one. Throwing with authority to the 17. Staying aggressive. Does she go to the 16s, guys? There she does. Oh, double bulldog.
Oh.
Aggressive.
How do you feel about that hero dart? Yeah, that hero dart, the double 16.
Double. Yeah. Hey, look, sometimes, and I know that I argue the doubles in cricket, but right now she's feeling it, and she's hit that double 16 more than once. By all means, I guess.
Interesting choice to stay there and try to get that 15. She's super aggressive, and I don't want to say she's been adverse to pointing, but we've seen a couple of her matches where she just hasn't pointed.
And if Novak would have went to that 17 and tripped it, really could have changed a little bit of the dynamics here. Now, Cheyenne will have to open that 17 up here. How many does she put in the 17? We'll see.
I mean, she's got to put all of them here. Maybe if she trips it with that second dart, she goes after the double 15. I don't know. But, all three want getting in there. And now you're going to turn it into a 15 and a 17 battle. Or not.
Novak.
Or Jamie's just going to go 7 mark and really put it on. That's great darts.
Double bull.
Oh.
Jamie Novak, 3 bulls to win. Send us to leg 2.
It's the second one, it looks like.
Oh, interesting stuff right here.
Cheyenne winning darts in hand, double bull, and then 2 15s. So you got to go all 3 at points here, right? Does she take a shot at a double bull here?
First start, if the first start trips a 15, I'm going for the win. Single 15, I'm going to stay there for another trip 15. Now I go for the win. 15 does create a bull. I still got that in my pocket.
With a miss here, I wouldn't be surprised if they go to 15. Oh, double bull for the win. Wow. Stays aggressive and takes down game 1. Saw Cheyenne there start out with the low ton, 101. I think this is going to go to 3. I just got that feeling.
Well, you know how Cheyenne has played her 0-1. Her 0-1's been strong. 101 to start. We haven't seen Jamie, but right now Jamie is showing that she can play. And there's that hat trick.
Answers with a 150, the hat trick.
Here, Richards. Another low ton to back it. Novak's been perfect.
Another low ton out of there. It's a nice start. Nice start.
Oh, Richardson. Open with a bull. Didn't back it. Vantage can switch to Novak right here with a big turn. Low ton or better.
Yep.
Sets that out.
It's a huge low ton. A 124 out is very doable in 3 darts.
Needs that bull to apply the pressure. And the
I think
pressure
she's
is
going to need the
on.
124 there. Wow. Great darts. Double 12. Just a bit outside, I'm guessing. $50 to leave 28. Goes to the 18.
18 to trip 20.
Got to go with the double.
She dropped that shoulder on that third dart.
Yep.
Single 12. Oh, she busts it.
Oh, no!
Talk about the
That goes to
dynamics of
3.
leg 2. Talk about the dynamics of leg 3.
Just found that wanting in the third dart for busts on a 12. Finds the double.
And
So
there's
I'm
a big
guessing this is a
140 on
count
the
up.
cork. Yeah, there's the 140 for the cork. It's a big start. Here we go.
This one's all going to be about the start here. Saw both of them just pouring in bullseyes. Oh, gotta have the credits.
I was going to say, don't forget your dollar bill. Yeah, so we know what Cheyenne's done, and we've seen what Jamie's done. 4 rounds, folks. This is over with in 4 rounds. Who's going to do it? And with a forward eye.
She's thrown a little bit harder than I think we saw her throwing earlier. She definitely wants to this one.
Yeah, with authority into that bullseye. No
Low
back
ton
there with
answer,
the
though.
low ton.
Ooh, just outside.
Everyone hates that term, 1 hole out.
Yep.
Novak can't afford not to hit. Unable to grab a bull in this round. Big advantage,
that's
switches
a
to
huge
Richardson.
opening here. Yeah, 118 left. That's definitely in her wheelhouse.
180 here is not even, it would be the only thing that would get her close. Even with the hat trick's not going to get her close. Minimum 6 starts for the 118 for Cheyenne Richards.
Yep.
Does she go 51-51?
It's a smart dart. That's a smart dart selection there from her.
45 left
She
to
knows
tops,
she's gonna-
15 left 70. So, yeah, good shots.
I mean, she's going to have at least 6 at this.
There it is.
Doesn't need it. Pins it first start.
And Cheyenne Richards will move to the 3rd place match. Jamie Novak will go to the 4th place match. Whoever plays Cheyenne will have to double dip her to get to the finals to play Chrissy Grimmel. So that kind of lines out the bracket here that's coming up. And I do believe, if I'm not correct, we are going to take a quick break to get set up. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
we'll take a
believe we're
quick
going to
break
take
here.
a quick break.
Yep. We'll take a quick break here, and we'll be right back, folks.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available, now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho! Damn, that felt good! Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look.
Alright, looks like we're joining us.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts. No.
All right, I went back out and back in.
Can you guys hear me at all? Okay. All right.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. We're back here with Tyler Christensen and Dylan Hartley here in Race to One, last losers bracket, our last chance bracket here. Do apologize. We've been having some technical difficulties.
Remember that technology we were talking about? Sometimes it's frustrating.
Hey, listen, and the solution is often have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? So, got to back out and back in every now and again.
I don't know. Just changed a few ports, changed a few things, and back at the action. Tyler Christensen to the bull.
Now it's all points.
Single dart
We'll
finish.
be moving on. Yeah.
4.43. Nice leg.
Staying alive. So that was a race to one. He'll be right back up. He's not going to go anywhere. He'll be playing Art Podlaski. Sorry about that there. Tyler making his way through that last chance bracket there. He's going to be finding himself now in 5th place. That was the 6th place matchup. So now it's 5th place.
Still moving through that last chance. You're still alive until it's over with. But if you get to the 3rd place match, you have to double dip them to make the finale. And then you get the good old-fashioned triple dip.
How you feel, Ryan, when if you're in that king seat, when you've now been sitting for a long time? How do you stay warm? How do you stay engaged in this type of match?
So in the beginning, when I first started getting into the triple dip situations, the best place to be, and I'll take this the right way, was to have the king seat, and you get it's that 3 and 4 hour break. Now, how do you stay warm? But I have seen a lot of players that lose the king seat match, win the losers bracket finale, go strong in the third place match, and then come fired up, ready to play for the king seat match and do the finale and do the triple dip. So sometimes, I'm at the point now when I play that if I make the king seat, then I'm just going to take it like it's a new tournament. I'm going to sit around. I'm going to get something to eat, go get something to drink. I know I got some time. Then I'm going to start warming myself up like I'm entering the first round. I can't get frustrated with the fact that I had to wait 3 or 4 hours. I just have to be prepared to wait 3 or 4 hours. On the other side of the coin, if I lose the king seat match, I want to be back there. So I got to use each match to my advantage is to prepare for the next one and not tire out too. I have seen players that come in, run the gauntlet and get back into it, and they're just tired and pooped and just get ran over in the finale. So it goes both directions.
It's for me. It's always been, as a dart player, how do I stay warm? When I'm dealing with either there's somebody in a different bracket that's going along or been playing for a little bit longer. How do I sit? How do I stay ready? I don't know how you would do it in a king seat where you're talking about now 2.5 hours between your last match and then potentially a king seat match. It's got to be a little difficult, especially mentally, trying to stay mentally prepared and ready for it to get yourself out of it and then back into it mentally. It's got to be difficult.
So the rest situation, let's say you win the king seat match and you get there quickly. Let's say 3:30 you win the king seat match and you're probably not going to play a finale till 6:30. It's the rest factor, staying off your feet, maybe geeking up every 20 minutes or 30 minutes to stretch your arms. Some things, take this the right way. Don't put away too many adult beverages because by the time you get there, you might have had too many. Get a good bite to eat, things like that. It's just it's a different aspect. Playing this format for many, many years now, I understand the weight and I understand how the gauntlet can run. I do prefer winning the king seat because I want to be lazy for a while.
Yeah, and I think we're going to stay right here where we're seeing Tyler warm up for his next match against Art. Again, race to 1. This is now the 5th. He's going to be this is the 5th place match. We'll be waiting on. It looks like Ed Spar and Mike Brewer are in the finals of the losers bracket, so they'll come down, and the gauntlet will continue for these two gentlemen. Just about where they'll be next. But yeah, that's where we stand right now. I think Tyler and Cheyenne, I think, are our last two standing that we have at bars.
Be interesting to see Cheyenne either play Jamie again or have an opportunity to play Chrissy. It's going to be very interesting to watch. Of course, if our two players get eliminated,
letting me know I'm correct. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, over in Cheyenne's bracket, you're talking about, she just beat Jamie Novak, so she's waiting. Cheyenne's waiting. They're in the 5th place match with Karen McGee and Janie Johnson. Winner of that match will get Jamie, and then Jamie will play Cheyenne, or the winner of the Jamie versus that previous winner's match will play Cheyenne. Just like I said, still a lot of darts left to be played, hopefully.
Some of these lulls that we faced today, we faced longer lulls last year in streaming the year before. I do know that the PPD is extending out more and more camera packages to get more streams. I know that we have a camera package now in Springfield. Of course, we didn't have any players playing today, but we do have a camera package now at one of our locations. So it's the opportunity to showcase is the whole idea, and that's what we want to do. And when showcasing people you haven't seen a whole lot of. or some of your favorites. Depends on how the brackets fall.
I think what the PPD has done just this far to get this many cameras and this many bars to show this much darts and how much darts they cover is absolutely fantastic. Like I said before, the more you see people, the more people are going to want to come. They're going to want to participate. The more you have an opportunity to show yourself on stream. And it's, as somebody who does the streaming for the Northeast area, having the ability to have people on stream or stream people so their parents who may not live in the area or their kids, they can look back and like their kids can see them play, or their parents who aren't here can see them play. Just that ability and that being able to do that always makes my day.
Yeah, think about it. When I first started playing darts in the 98, 99, golly, I'm aging myself quickly. We didn't have where we're at today with no online, and we would have played the leagues here, and then we would travel to a regional, and then how you did in your regionals, how you got to go to nationals. So, and that was both soft tip and steel tip. Nowadays, those opportunities to get to nationals are easier. So we're seeing a lot more players that 25 years ago didn't have that opportunity to make it to a nationals or play at a national level. They're playing the national level nowadays, and a lot of times they're playing from their house or their home bar.
And it gives the above average dart player access where it was harder beforehand to play more competitive darts. Like if you're an above average dart player for your area, you can play in a multitude of online leagues that will match you with players that are your level so you can get better. And I think that's something that has propelled people to play more darts and to play even better. So I really do think that the online format has just helped people play better darts.
Here at my league play 25 years ago was all local. My leagues the last couple years, I play no cap for the PPD. I play with Gates, JC Martinez. I played with Jeremiah Millar. I played with Kevin Luke, Baggish, Jules. Those are my league players that I would say, oh, we got Baggish tonight, or oh, we got Jules' team tonight, or hey, we got Gates next week. That's my league tonight.
Yeah. I always joke because I'm in the Northeast area. I'm on the other end. You know, I'll show up to a league night and I got to play a team that's got Bill Anderson Jr. and Paul Fourhour, who are CDC Tour card holders. You know, I go to a local tournament here in Connecticut. There's 4 or 5 guys that got tour cards that if I want to make a run, I got to go through them. So it's just insane that who you can play both locally and online now, who you can be matched up with, and who you might be able to see.
Yeah, one of the craziest things that I ever did was I was playing one of the DPFL's player championships semifinals. I played Stowe, and it was 1-6, and I was up on him 4-1, and then of course he come back and beat me 6-4. But I kept thinking to myself, is this really who I'm playing?
Yeah,
but I felt like I played great, and Stowe beat me 6-4 and went on to win the event. But it was just weird because I'm standing in my living room.
Speaking of standing tall right now, Tyler has been like a rolling stone down a hill in this last chance bracket. A big lead here right now with the 20s closed, the 19s closed, and the scoring segment open for the 20s.
Pat not going away, 7 on the 18s. Back to Christensen, playing aggressive on the 18s. Is that going to hurt?
Second dart. We talked about bounce outs counting there. That's a case where the dart didn't get to the board and his dart blocked him from that 18 to close it. See if that's going to cost him here. Only 2.
Art only managed.
So
yep. Art only managed 2. Advantage Christensen. Oh, he wanted to close it. Still wanted to close it.
He still went at it. Super aggressive darts.
3 fat darts takes the lead. It's not going to get it
Only
done.
meant one. 18s and then 2 20s. Oh, no, 20s first. Okay. Oh,
Again, not only that. He must have that Tom advantage on the 18s there, huh?
hey, listen. Sometimes you just get that mental block. That's why I said I would have tried to go 18s first just to kind of get that closed and then move to 20s. But both of them a little bit on that struggle bus here the past couple of turns. See if they can see if Tyler can take advantage.
Christensen does jump out in front. Pushes Art to the 17s.
Art already has a mark on the 17s because he started there last time. Like he was trying to open up that different segment. Nice 5 mark there. Take the point lead and close to get that segment open for scoring. Tyler definitely being aggressive.
He wants to put this thing away. Of course, he's been running down the board. We have noticed. Art takes away the high ground. Christensen's got
Back-to-back
to work
5
that
marks.
16. Yep, got to work that 16.
Wow.
That'll do it.
How
That's
do
a
you stem
monster
the
turn.
tie to 2 5 marks? You hit an 8 mark yourself.
You play hard to the end. $328 plays $299. 16s battling 15s. We know Christensen has been aggressive.
Just the 3 fat parts going right at the fat part. Didn't even look like he was trying to go triple there. All 3 of them looked like they bounced out of the same spot of the board.
$328 plays $324. 16 plays the bull.
Strategy becomes huge here.
Smart shots right here. Stay to the bull.
Yeah, I got to go for the win there.
Single 16 would have helped, would not have helped.
Nope.
Single bull, trip 16 for the win.
Closes
And
out
did
the
he not-
16s, but I don't think he realized that he was 4 behind.
Did you not think that he had the bull? And that's it.
Yeah.
Bull first start would have changed the dynamics, but he didn't. And that puts him into the 4th place match. And I believe Mr. Christensen has qualified for the elite finale, if I am correct.
I believe anything, I think top 4 qualified for the elite, if I'm not mistaken.
Monster turn of events. We've seen Christensen continue to play the gauntlet, moving through the last chance, got himself in elite finals. Now it's time to continue to win this thing.
So, like I said before, down to our final 2 competitors here tonight that we can stream. We got Tyler making his way through the last chance bracket, and we got Cheyenne waiting on the her opponent here. Everything else, all of our competitors have been knocked out that we can stream. So just waiting at this point. Yeah, I had 100 different people that we could stream across 20 different bars, and we're down to our final 2. Waiting on, looks like Karen and Janie are still in their match, and it looks like Tyler is waiting on the Ed Spar and Mike Brewer match. So that's where we are right now. So Tyler, like I said, he's going to be waiting on probably get our next one, probably a little bit quicker than Cheyenne will, because the other 2 have been playing for a little bit.
It's pretty crazy. We're down to the nitty gritty. So some of the key things for those that have asked questions or watched this stream, you can join the PPD League. There is a map. You go to dartstoc.com, pull up that map. You can find a vendor that's close to you that's affiliated with the PPD. Send them a message and ask about joining leagues. A majority of our leagues are online, so just you and a partner is all needed to join a league. Down here in our Springfield area, all our players do play in the online platforms only. Played out in different divisions, so they play with the caps, they play with the no caps, they play where they feel that is the best league for them, and that's what you can do. So that's dartstoc.com if you need to know the information as we wait for the next match. Tom, any thoughts or comments on where we're at today?
Like I said before, Tyler has just been a force here in this last chance bracket. He's now won in this last chance bracket. He has won ever since he's been knocked down, which is in the 13th, 14th bracket. So he's won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight to get to where he is right now. For everybody who's wondering, he started his day out I think he started his day out with a loss there, it looks like. Yeah. He won his first round match in the bracket, and then won his second round match and lost to Mike Brewer. So there's a storyline for you. Tyler lost to Mike Brewer and may have to then play Mike Brewer here again coming up here, depending on the result of that Mike Brewer versus Ed Spahn game.
And how are we doing on the Cheyenne Chrissy Grimmel bracket?
Let's take a look here. So Chrissy Grimmel still sitting in that queen seat, waiting on the last chance bracket here. Looks like Karen McGee took down Janie Johnson-Cullen and has advanced to play Jamie Novak. Winner of that gets Cheyenne, and like you said before, winner of that's got to beat Cheyenne twice. So Cheyenne's sitting a little pretty there, waiting on the winner of that match. Has to lose twice in order to be knocked out. But like I said, Karen McGee and Jamie Novak, winner of that plays Cheyenne, and then the winner of that would go back up top and play Chrissy Grimmel, who's, like I said, sitting in that queen seat.
Looks like Tyler's going to be pulling up a match here.
So we'll see here. See who he's got.
Does he think he knows that we're exclusively watching him? Does he know?
Who knows? Who knows what they know? I know I said earlier.
Buddy? We're following you around.
I do know earlier that Cheyenne was watching the stream. She had posted on Facebook, and she was watching some of the matches earlier on. I don't know if she's still in the stream or not, but we can see you. So give a little wave if you are listening. Say hey. Just so you know, we are looking in, waiting on your match. And it does look like this is going to be Tyler Christensen versus Ed Spar. Looks like Ed did lose to Mike, so this is still a race to one.
Starting with the count up. Best 3 darts starts first. We have seen Tyler open up with a nice count up to get the start. Spar doesn't have to do much here. A couple 20s. Anything above a 1 points. There it is. Left side for triple 11. So Ed Spar will get the start. Does Christensen make this 7 in a row? We will see.
He's been rolling so far. See if he can keep it going. If he does, he'll be facing Mike Brewer, who he lost to earlier today. How do you feel about that in tournaments like this, where you lose to somebody early in the tournament? You looking for revenge? You don't want to play him. You don't want to see him again. How do you feel about it?
If I played him really, really well and I just got edged out by a dart, I want to play him again. If I just got crushed and I didn't play well, I definitely would think more of the revenge factor that I didn't show you my best stuff. I like the idea of coming into it being edged out last time. I played well, you played well. This time, my turn to edge you out. It's the luck's going to be on my side. So sometimes I've come into that where I've gotten just crushed. And I come back again and I get crushed again. And I still didn't put together my best darts.
I'm all about revenge. Bring it on. I want to play you. I'm going to beat you this time.
Now, if you're talking crap the whole time, then I want to come back and smash you. A lot of times, if you play a lot of local events, the players, there's a little bit more smash talking going on. Like we play.
We talked about Tyler
singles.
being aggressive earlier. He was aggressive that last turn, didn't hit it, and then Ed had a blank round. Huge opportunity here for Tyler.
Still staying aggressive. Goes for the 20. Doesn't get it. Points to 19. It looked like Spar was going to be one of that 18 to go with it. He wanted to get a 2-segment lead.
Yeah. Second time he's gone at that 18. It's interesting strategy trying to get that top wedge taken care of.
Not happy with 3 fats. Vantage switches to Spar. Goes right at that 19.
Closes it down.
I'm okay with 3
fat parts. Yeah.
I'm okay with 3 because I got a 30-point lead. I do have a mark on the 18s. He has to triple it sometime.
So you asked what my 18s look like, and that's exactly what they look like right there. One on the wrong side of the triple, one on the underneath side of the triple, and then one just into the segment where you're just like, I can't believe I just threw those 3 darts.
Do you stay in the same spot that you throw the 20 as you throw the 18, or do you move?
I try to stay in the same spot. I've tried the moving strategy, and it's made my darts even more errant when I'm going at it, so I now try to just stay where I'm at.
Do you like to get rid of the 18 early because you have a struggle on it, or do you like to just maybe skirt around it to use the other segments that are stronger?
I go right at it, especially if I'm, depending on the game situation, but I'm going to go right at it. You can't stay away from it. And Tyler right now,
going right at it.
100, yeah, going right at it. 108 points down. Going to need a lot of 16s here.
Spar not even slowing down. Trip 20, trip 17
Nope.
last round. 92 points up. Looks to get rid of the 16. Oh, he wanted the 15 on
Looks
last
like he
start.
was, yeah, looked like 15, yeah. Single 8, single 8, single 10.
Ooh, big round right here.
Nice dart. I think the 16s were blocked, so he went 15s there. That was smart.
Grabbing the trip 15 would have been huge. He did manage to grab one. Do we have a bullseye? Oh, 17 for points.
That was the right dart. Puts him up another bowl.
Christensen on the bull. Got to have a bunch.
That'll be 2.
And sometimes it just doesn't go the way you want.
And that'll
just
do
like
it.
that, Tyler Christensen, he's out. And that Sparp advances. Congratulations to both gentlemen for qualifying for the elite finale. We'll see you in October.
Talk about what a heck of a run there out of Tyler. Knocked down in the last chance bracket, ends up, running through 7 straight games, gets to the top 4, taking down $100 for his troubles today, and getting into the elite bracket for the TOC, the finals of the TOC bracket. That's a heck of a day.
Yeah, so opened up with the bracket. We featured him a lot today. Opening round win, then a loss, and then some dancing through the losers bracket, but then that huge gauntlet run through the last chance bracket to solidify it. I mean, good job, gentlemen.
And then there were 1, so we're down to our final person, our final look-in that we can have. Cheyenne Richards waiting on the winner of Karen McGee and Jamie Novak. So that will be a 3rd place match. Cheyenne will have to lose twice. So I believe if I'm reading this correct here, first match equals the loser format. So it's a race to 2, cricket in 501, tie break 501. Second match, if needed, last chance format, 1 game of cricket. So I hope that made sense to all of you.
Yes. And then what Cheyenne would want to do is she would want to not drop a leg or drop a match going into the Queens or the finale against Grimmel. So she would only come in carrying 1 loss. So
Yeah,
the whoever she faces will have to double dip her and then have to face the Kraken herself and triple dip her to win it. So it's all done. It's all been done. It's all going to be done in the future. But that's what could happen.
so if Cheyenne takes this down, doesn't drop anything, she goes back to face Chrissy, and Chrissy's got to beat her twice, correct?
Correct. And we go back to the
And then
winners
Cheyenne's
format.
and Cheyenne's got to beat her 3 times.
That's correct. So and that's what's crazy. So whoever places Scrimmy will, Chrissy Grimmel will start on the winners bracket. So it's all cricket. And if they would take the match off of Chrissy Grimmel, then it goes to the losers bracket. Then it would stay in the losers bracket format if Chrissy takes a loss until both players have 2 losses. But Chrissy could win if it's facing Cheyenne with no losses, 2 matches, she's done. If she faces Novak or her other opponent, they come in with 2 losses, 1, 2 out of 3, and it's over. It's you just got to remember how it's going to be in the finale. Triple elimination is a crazy format when you really look at it.
Honestly, it's been a interesting bracket today, to say the least. And like we talked about, Tyler having a run through that last losers bracket. Karen McGee currently winning 3 straight to play Jamie Novak. She wins this one against Jamie. It'll be her 4th straight in the last chance bracket. And we'll go from there. But you see, like we were talking about earlier, Cheyenne's starting to get warmed up, trying to get ready, trying to get zoned in for this next match.
Yeah, so when we first started with the qualifiers, the last chance was 1 game of 701. So that bull was so important to get, or that count up cork was so important to get because you wanted that start on 701. Then they changed the format to cricket. So even with cricket, we've seen what Tyler did when he'd win the cork or the count up. He would drop a quick 7 mark or a big 8 mark. His opponent starting on 18s or 17s, depending on where where all the darts fell. So it's very interesting on that last chance about how important that court count up is. And do we have a match? We sure do.
I still haven't seen the winner. I'm going to reload the bracket, see if they gave me the winner of the last match yet. It was Karen McGee. Karen McGee took out Jamie Novak. So that was her 4th straight match. Saw what Tyler was able to do with some momentum. Has a tough one here against Cheyenne, but Karen now. Cheyenne's been sitting for a little while. Karen's won 4 straight. See if she can keep the momentum rolling.
And looks like we're waiting for Karen to get loaded up.
I mean, she probably just came off a hard-fought win against Jamie because we saw the way Jamie was playing against Cheyenne. May have to take a minute, take a breath. I definitely would want to, especially in this kind of format, gather my thoughts and just take a second for myself. So you said your next event's up at Shark Tank. What's the format like for that? What do they have going on all weekend long?
Shark Tank is 2 divisions. It's done by the Bullshitter Pro List. It's about 40, 45 boards plus the streaming boards, pros, non-pros. So they open up the first night. It's a single elimination, split bull, 501, double in, double out, single elimination, pro, and then it goes into a draw, and then you got the pro doubles, pro am doubles, then you've got mixed, then you've got trips mixed, and both cricket and 01, and then both pro and non-pro. It draws a lot of people. There's a lot of people in that bar. And that bar is probably Sharks. If you looked at a normal strip mall, about four of those stores spread all the way out across, and they put dartboards all over the place and move pool tables, and it's a cool event. I've done well at that event. I've also not played so well at that event. I've got to stream that event. So it's a really neat location. Terry Stevenson and her group runs that tournament every year out of Kansas City, and it's Labor Day weekend, and you play Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, and then come home Sunday night or come home Monday. You still have Labor Day to relax before you have to go back to work on Tuesday.
That sounds a lot of fun. I know one of the most looked at, or most the event that the people have the most fun at least in my experience at Witch City, is always the mixed triples events. How about in soft tip? That's still a big draw.
I think the funnest event is the Pro-Am, if it's a true Pro-Am. Okay. And the reason why I say that is if it's a true Pro-Am, where almost like a capped event, it can be very interesting seeing a Chris Lim play with somebody locally from that area. I know Gates and Chris Lim come to it, and they always get an amateur partner from the area. So it helps them elevate and play with a higher end player. I do like the mixed trips dynamic on the cricket, because it's, that third player is usually your point whore. You know what I'm saying? Take that the right way.
Oh yeah.
So you got to break that. You got to look for the weak link in trips and try to put the pressure on them. So it's going to be very interesting. Singles is just a gauntlet. I don't care who you put in that mix. That singles is a gauntlet. It's hard. You got to face Jules and you got Gates, and you got, like I said, Chris has been there, and it's just they're all in the way.
Is that Van Dongen guy any good? I've heard you mention him a couple of times. Is he any good?
Yeah, he's pretty good. I actually have played against him for a long time, traveled with him a little bit, won some tournaments with him in the doubles section. Of course, he got his tour card and goes overseas, and he's had his ups and downs like all pro players. And then the one thing I really like about Shark Tank is you get a shark fin for the win. So last year when Olivia Terry won on one of the events, she was screaming, "I want my fin! I want my fin!" She didn't care about the prize money. She wanted the shark fin. So
That's
yeah, it's
awesome.
pretty cool. Yeah, and it's it's double elimination soft tip tournament, and it's open. It's just good players. It's good. It's a good tournament. I like it, and I always try to make sure I go every year. I like to go up and stream it as much as I like to play in it.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like Witch City. It's not, it's far, but it's not that far. It's about an hour and a half from where we are. And like I said, there's a huge amount of guys that go up, guys and girls from Connecticut that go up. I don't want to diminish our female players because they turn out just as much as the guys do. And it's a fantastic weekend. And, huge shout out to Will and USA Darts because I'll pop into the streaming room, go, lose my match, and then pop back into the streaming room. Yeah, so it's always a lot of fun to just jump in and say hey and, talk about how, you either had a bad matchup or, you didn't play that great. So, and I don't know, this year's
Some
going
of
to be a
the
lot of fun.
Some of the funnest events that I've been to is Las Vegas Open for the steel tip. I did Seacoast with Will. We went down to Cherry Bomb. Yeah, and those are fun to stream. The Booyah Cup up in Wisconsin's a fun one to stream. We stream Whammo every year, which is the largest state championships in the nation. So like this dynamic here on a consistent basis, it's always interesting to see what we're streaming next. And the one great thing I like about it is we're featuring all different aspects all over the country.
Yeah, I was able to watch you guys. I was able to tune in and watch you guys broadcast that from Las Vegas this year. It was a lot of fun to see you guys at the Las Vegas Open. It looks like you guys, it was you, Will, and Sean had a great time.
Yeah, I got to feature Fallon, which was neat to meet her and call her matches. Of course, Cameron Menzie, ain't gonna lie to you, is a riot. Simon Whitlock, another great individual. Just chatting to him after, during the streams or after the streams. Of course, you got all our local talents and all the heavy hitters from Canada there. So, Campbell and Smith and Cameron, a lot of the players that we feature from the north of the border. So having all those players in one venue is pretty neat.
Yeah, it looked like they had a large conference room, a large dart area there for Steel Tip. It was really a lot of fun to watch and see some photos from some friends that were out there and playing in the event, and you guys covering the event. So it looked like it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and the thing that's crazy is that's kind of where I got my start for streaming with Will 4 years ago. When he first got into it, he was out there by himself, and I just sat down with him, and next thing you know, I'm on a headset, and next thing you know, I'm calling matches, and here I
am. My favorite one is last year, or I think it was 2 years ago at Witch City, may have been last year. My match was called, and I needed to run, and they were covering the women's event. And Robin Curry was back there just talking to Will off camera. So I put it down. She sat down and she put the headset right on and took right over. I didn't get it back.
Yeah, the one great thing about the streaming aspect is not only opening the door for darts, but I do believe and I've said this, is I do believe people watching us now, whether it be soft tip, steel tip, whatever, are joining leagues. They're venturing to more tournaments. The online aspect is opening up the players that live too far from a bar to play from home, or the players that are the hot end for their area are joining online leagues, playing against the talent that they would want to play in against. So, and then the streaming, you add the streaming aspect to it, and players are your fan base. So if you keep your fan base happy and excited, they're going to play more darts at home. They're going to play more darts in the bars. They're going to travel to more tournaments. They're going to watch more PDC. They're going to watch more CDC. I'm not going to lie to you. I get excited. I watch the CDC weekends. I watch the Cross Border Challenge. I watch the Continental Cup. I watch PDC matches on a regular basis. I watch the USA Darts streams on wherever they're at if I'm not involved. So I'm just a big a fan as a player.
In being able, like I said, like today we have this going on, and also streaming the DPFL events in Florida. Nick, Will, and Sean out there doing that, and we're here doing this, and I'm sure there are probably other dart events that are going on being streamed right now. There's so much darts everywhere. It seems to be growing exponentially, and I'm really happy about the culture of the darts. You very rarely, at least in the North American side, I very rarely hear about a bad or a bad encounter with a dart player.
And it's crazy because the streaming aspect, and this is just more out from the community side of it, is the people that are watching the stream, and then they see their son or grandson. You spoke of this earlier. Now on the stream, they light up the comments. Like, let's go. I always like to, when you get in some of those, top 8 match, top 4 match, single match, or finals, is ask everybody who you got, and you watch those comments just go crazy on that's
Yep.
my boy, or that's my daughter, or I want so and so to win, or hey, that's my, I met him at such and such. He's a cool guy, and that's what you want to see.
It looks like
Looks like we're
Karen
still
taking a
waiting.
little bit longer of a break. Yeah.
Come on, lady, get the bathroom and drink. Let's roll. USA Darts Productions, Eagle Eye, right here, right now. Let's go. PPD.
I'm just cycling as we're talking about comments. I'm just going through, and they're back streaming live there at for the Champions event there at DPFL over on Eagle over on USA. So looks like it's just you and me here on PPD.
Yeah, I actually commented. I commentated that one last year. I was remote. So, and then that one has grown to where we need live commentary. That having a live commentary is sometimes for those big ones you need it, especially on the break side of whatever. I did remote in for that last year and helped them out through breaks. But they'd have the third person this year, so they don't need me to remote in to run breaks. So when you're in that live event, this one, Tom, and you got 12 or 14 hours of streaming, that chair gets kind of hard.
It's funny because I didn't even think about it last week when I was a couple weekends ago when we had the Northeast event. In the chair, out of the chair, up and at them all day long, and I got home after that weekend and I was like, "Oh boy, this weekend really kicked my butt." I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, I have been more tired coming home from a streaming event than a playing event. Oh, we got a setup.
Garrow's joined. Uh-oh.
Cheyenne will have the court, 3 darts, best 3 darts.
I also love, we can see behind Cheyenne that she's at her home bar, but it looks like she's had a bunch of people all day long there supporting her and supporting this effort for her. So huge shout out to that. Always great to see that.
Cheyenne will get the start. First game's cricket, second game's 501. They go to the third game. A tiebreaker is 501. That 501 is a full bowl, 50 points, and open in, open out. Interesting dynamics. And here we go.
We saw that before from Cheyenne, one of her matches where she was just a little bit low on that 20 segment and then filled it up the next one with a 9. So see if Karen can get it closed. I don't know if I'd want to give her another shot, another round at those 20s.
Does manage triple on the third dart. If I'm Cheyenne, I'm going to close that 20 first dart.
First dart right at it. Oh,
Nope.
19s. See what we know.
I was going to say, we're not Cheyenne Richards. He's like, no, watch, gentlemen. Trip 19, fat 19, and then I'll close your 20. Don't tell me how to play.
I'm going to close the 20 with a triple just to show I can hit the trip 20.
Yeah. Karen McGee right to that 17. Skip the 18. Must be a wheelhouse for her. Cheyenne make no qualms about putting up the points.
Nope. You saw that last match. I do like the idea of trying to open up that 18 segment there with that second dart. Got the point lead with the first one, took the 18, came back for the triple to put even more points on. See if she does something similar here where she goes 19, 18. Oh, nope, right. Trip 18 close.
And looky there.
Oh.
Looky there. Big 6.
Yeah, I think she went the 18 there on that last turn because the trip 18 did get her points with the close. See her struggling around there a little bit. Open turn. This could be a huge swing here for Karen if she can find a couple triples.
Pulls to the 7. Does grab the 16.
A couple single
Manages
16s,
to.
but Cheyenne still's got the point lead and 2 scoring segments. So you've seen her struggle a little bit on the 16s. So see if she opens at 6s or goes 5s. Oh, trip 16 tells me to shut up with the first dart.
She is taking everything we say and saying, no. 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 Watch this, gentlemen.
There was one event that I called and the exact opposite happened every time I opened my mouth, and I really thought they could hear me and were taking my comments personally.
Oh, nice big shot on the 19. Karen manages 2. Cheyenne to the bull.
A point matters here, so either a 19 or an 18 would get her an extra bull.
I think I would just grab it on the fly off.
Yeah.
If I had a fly off on the 18th or 19th, I don't think I would have challenged for it. But I'm not in Cheyenne's shoes because every time I say something, she does something different.
Yeah, well, she went all 3 bulls there. Her opponent doesn't have darts in hand to win, so I don't mind the aggressiveness on the bullseye for the win. If it comes back to bite her in the end, she might look back on that turn. But she's got this well in hand at this point. And that the Fallout 19 there gets her another bull, but I don't think it matters at this point.
Karen McGee, a lot of bullseye needed. Has to stay everything there.
I'd be shocked if we're not moving on after this if she goes empty here.
Oh, wow.
Not empty, but
the
more
elusive
points.
Winning bull.
Yeah. A Fallout 19 and a Fallout 18 last round. See if she can split the difference, find the bullseye here. Moving on to 501. Yeah, first start.
There we go. So this is leg number 2 in the losers format, which is where Cheyenne is at. The loser will start first. It's just 501. If Karen gets this, we would go to another cork and then the deciding leg of 501. McGee has had the start, just slow on the 26 to start.
Both of them with the breakfast.
They just sent each other a message. Let's start at 475. Okay, sounds good. There's a low ton to start.
Picking it back up. Puts a little bit of pressure on Cheyenne. Cheyenne answers with a low ton.
Karen McGee hammering away with a bull. Doesn't manage to add more than one. Advantage will flip to Cheyenne here. Low ton or better. Puts it on her throw.
Yeah, you could feel that. You could feel that 150 coming with the way she's been throwing. Get an opportunity to do something like that, and she takes an advantage. Makes Karen now have to throw another hat trick there to stay in this match.
And speaking of what you just said, there's your hat trick. Low ton or better here for the out.
See if she goes trip 19.
No, but she did grab that 7 to give her.
She did grab a single 7. Okay.
Yeah, so 2 bulls to finish. But darts in hand. Well, it won't go this time.
But a 76 on the back end for Karen. Yeah, that's pressure here on Cheyenne now.
Bull for 32. Here we go. 76 has got to go.
Yeah, you feel like this definitely has to go for Karen. You don't want Cheyenne to have a shot at a 60. 26. Single 13. And she'll take it. Third game of 501 we go to. So this is a count up again, right?
Yep.
Yeah, she's going to 20.
There's 3 darts. 60 points managed. We already seen Karen start the last leg and win it. Is she going to get the start here? And she will do it. So Karen McGee trying to send us to a last leg decider. Cheyenne Richard wants to take this leg to go to the finale with only 1 loss. This game means a lot right here, both ways.
Karen can find a hat trick here and start with a 150 to put a huge amount of pressure on Cheyenne. That kind of I think would start to get the pressure on Cheyenne, with especially where she's been sitting.
Doesn't manage a bull. Slow start with just 18 points. And there's a nice low ton to grab the throw.
And when you talk about grabbing the throw like that, that means now that Karen's got to hit a low ton just to get back in this. You know, she's got to hit a hat trick.
Single out, single in, single out situations. You want to lead. You want to lead. You want to lead into the out. And same thing with any other steel tip, 501 open and double out. But then when it's single out, the out opportunities are so much far less because that 13 beat you. So when you get out in front and you grab the throw, now you're just trying to get there because you know all you can do is single it up. you won't necessarily be held up on the double.
Yeah, well, she's got a 160-point lead here at this point. You know, even a 150 doesn't bring her square. So Cheyenne is widening the gap and scoring down the board just a little bit quicker than Karen is in this one.
One more bull sets the out. She has an out with 180. Unless Karen drops a massive turn here, I don't think Cheyenne will.
Unless
try to
Karen
take
goes
that
at a 180, I doubt. I don't think she goes at a 180 unless Karen hits a 180 here.
Yeah, so right now 180 is an out. She's got 6 clear darts. I would say go bullseye, and then set up your favorite finish. No, she's going to go for it. Every time that I think.
Every time, right? Yeah, you mentioned like, hey,
she's like,
why would you go to 180?
Need to
no,
shut
I'm
up.
going at it. I'm going at it.
You two need to shut up. Watch this. So still 6 clear darts at the 137.
I think she's listening to us. I see she's wearing headphones. I think she's listening to us being like, no, this is what I'm going to do, guys. Come on.
87. Oh, and she went trip 10. Game shot.
Oh, fantastic out. Wow. The trip 10 with 30 left.
So we have a showdown of the Kraken Chrissy Grimmel versus Miss Cheyenne Richards. So Cheyenne Richards is coming into this thing 1 loss. So Chrissy is going to have to defeat her twice. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break here while everything gets set up. Don't go very far. We got our ladies finals of bracket 1. Chrissy, the Kraken Grimmel, taking on Cheyenne Richards, playing out of that stadium in Texas. We'll be right back.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though.
And this is it, bracket 1, ladies finale. This is Cheyenne Richards versus Chrissy Grimmel. The queen seat holder is Chrissy. The opening round of the cork went to Cheyenne Richards. She'll open up this format. It's best 2 out of 3 in cricket. If Grimmel receives a loss, then we move to the losers bracket. Cheyenne comes in with 1 loss herself. If Chrissy wins this match, we will stay in the winner's bracket. Cheyenne will take a 2nd loss. We will not move out of this 2 out of 3 cricket unless Miss Chrissy Grimmel takes a match loss. And here we go. Tommy, excited?
You know, we just saw the count up in Cheyenne counting up with huge win on the count up. Starting out huge here with the 20s and then getting the close in the 19s. I think this one, from what we saw with Chrissy earlier in Cheyenne on stream, and then Chrissy sinking a 9 mark right there. How could you not be excited with darts like this flying?
Both these ladies are bringing in 4+ averages to this. And so it's going to be about timing of turns and a little luck on their side on who's going to best each other. The strategies are well known. They each play each other on a regular basis. So it's going to be very interesting. I'm pretty excited.
A 9
Grimmel continues,
followed by
18s.
a 6.
Yeah, 18s and you're to the 20. You can't afford a window here, Cheyenne. You got to stay on that 19. We've seen Grimmel in past matches do monster turns to take possession of the game, and she's done this again.
Yeah, she's just absolutely filling up the 18s, assaulting them at this point.
And speaking of
How do you
assault, there's a
turn
9
the
back.
tide, though? Oh, boy.
That's a 9. It's like Cheyenne's listening to her music pretty good. She ain't listening to me.
Both of them
Interesting
trade
turn
2
here for
marks on
Chrissy.
turns.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what Chrissy's going to do here.
She hit 118 and then right to 17s.
Only manages 1, so interesting to see if that trip 17 hit where she'll move.
And a 7 mark takes a big lead there. See her dancing.
She's listening to her music, all right. And another aggressive shot there from Grimmel. Gets rid of the 17. These two know each other well.
Well, you saw Sarayan in earlier rounds struggle on the 16, so she opens with the trip 15 to open up that scoring segment, and then hits the single 16 and goes for the double 16 to get it closed. Grimmel with a
Got the
huge
point
turn,
lead. Looked at
just
Joseph
misses the trip
15. Missed it.
Yeah, pulled it into the 2.
Boy, this has been a back and forth leg.
Also, both shooters shooting at a quick pace here.
They are definitely
Chrissy
moving
went
on.
to try to get the 15s closed so Cheyenne couldn't score more there, knowing that she had a 17-point lead, try to keep it to a 1-bull advantage. But Cheyenne's going to be able to open that up now. Oh. Third dart's a trip 10. That hurts. Wow.
5 mark. Big 5 on the bull. Interesting here for Cheyenne. Yeah, I didn't think she'd move to the bull early. And there's another 9.
Wow. $15 to close it. No, stays a bull.
No, she stays there. She didn't need to do much.
No.
2 double bulls to close it.
Wow. 4.54. Wow. Oh,
Got to put some money
mercy.
in. And just remind you, in this format, loser goes first in game 2. If Chrissy Grimmel picks this up, they'll cork to see who would go first in the tiebreaker. If Cheyenne wins this leg, she would take a match, giving Chrissy a loss, and they would move to the losers format. Boy, these two can turn the game back and forth so quick.
Wolf.
And Chrissy doing what Chrissy does.
Stays at the 19, gets 2 triples after an errant first start.
Grimmel's
All right.
notorious for
5
grabbing
mark
the
there.
18 in this spot.
I think she can
does
hear
go
you.
for the 17.
Because she goes
she's
19
normally-
for the points, then 2 17s.
I've seen her in the past go grab it. She likes that multiple segment run. But she that time she was, of course, it could be her opponent too. She wants to stay
Cheyenne
out.
just
in front of
finding
her,
that
well
last
out
start
of her.
into the neighbor. Wow. Huge last start to close 18s.
Yeah, she's commanding this leg here. Do we get a third? Big 7 on the 16s.
But still, it's only a 31-point lead, and Grimmel has 3 different segments that she can score on. And score she is. There's your 9.
Another 9. Yep, that's the 9. What is that? 4 for this match so far?
Yeah.
Plus a couple big 7s, a couple big 8s in there.
That's a smart last start. 15, a close of the 15 doesn't do you anything. You get a lead on bulls, assuming your opponent's going to close 15s. Now you got a lead on bulls, but it may not matter. Grimmel just missed going a 7 mark to close this one out.
Not able to do much damage. Chrissy Grimmel, single bull for the win. And there it is. 1-1. They will cork it up and see who goes first. Yeah.
I thought a
Say it.
4-5 was impressive. 5.37. Are you
I was going to say,
kidding
say it.
me?
That's what I saw. And I'm like, yeah, you can say that. And that's pretty good. Huh?
Whoa. Ow.
That hurts. And look at here.
And then on a count out, you're going to hit 180. Are you kidding me?
Hello. I'm here, gentlemen. I did sit around and wait, but I'm back.
I'm sorry. It took me a game to wake up. Sorry. Here's my 5.37 in cricket.
Here we go. Grimmel wins this
And then
match.
she's gonna-
That'll give Cheyenne a loss. Cheyenne needs to
Cheyenne's
flip
second
this
loss.
to get. Yeah, Cheyenne needs to flick to get this leg here to keep him even.
After just hitting
Nice
a
5 to
1080,
start.
only a 5 mark on the 20s.
Ooh, there's a big door left wide open. We've already seen Chrissy crash that 19 hard.
A triple gets her points. Nope. So I would see her stay probably. Oh, goes trip 20 though. Wow.
Single 19 or 20 more points if it had been a single, probably would have smarter dart to go back up. However, I'm not a person that would want to leave Cheyenne an open segment with some marks on it.
Chrissy's still fighting from up top though. She still has that 20s and she pours in a triple with the first start. Back at it after a trip 3. Yeah.
Yeah, just manages 6 on the 20s. Puts a lot of pressure. It's going to take at least 9 on that 19 here.
See if she thinks about opening another segment with that last dart. Nope, stays on points.
Door is really open now to get that 19. We know how Chrissy will be aggressive. She starts with the points. She's not going to let Cheyenne breathe.
No, Cheyenne's still at a point where needs 9 to get back into this.
To the 17th. It's one of her wheelhouses.
It's a 5, but I mean, she's still 75 points down.
And another big 6 out of Chrissy.
Wow.
There's another 9.
There's another 9.
5 for the match. I think that triple 20 is just on automatic right now. Chrissy's automatic.
All right, you hit 9. Well, here's 6 20s again from me.
She's going to continue to make Cheyenne have to hit the 9.
I like the last start trying to close the 20 because she's just been getting buried by it. I really
it would change the dynamics of the game had she grabbed it, because Chrissy does it again, opens up with trip 20, gets rid of the 18, goes to the 16. Cheyenne has to work 16s or 15s. She has no choice.
I mean, there's almost a thought there that you abandon 16s there and go bulls, because even a 9 mark on the 16s doesn't get you back into it. You're down almost 160 points at this point.
Well, now you're down 200 points because she just hit the 200-point overkill with that big 8 mark. So you were saying that long wait? Well, I don't know if it's bothered Chrissy at all.
I don't know what Chrissy's been doing in the background there, but she's come out after a slow first match. Oh boy, these last 2 have been something special. And puts it away. Back-to-back 5.5 games. Like that's unreal. That is at just a different level.
So we have completed loss number 2 for Cheyenne Richards. We will not leave the winner's bracket format. So still 2 out of 3 cricket. If Chrissy Grimmel wins this next match, 2 out of 3, it will be over and she will be the champion. Cheyenne needs to start giving her some losses to force her down.
And it's not even that Cheyenne's throwing bad darts. She's just getting hammered by somebody throwing a 5. Like, it's literally a point difference. Like, she's throwing a 5-5. Chrissy threw a 4-5 there, and it's a mark around a difference. Like, that's just absolutely insane what you'd have to throw to keep up with that.
Yeah, it's no matter who you are, if you're an entire point behind in cricket, you're just trying to stay in the legs. Chrissy is just keeping the suffocation coming. She used that trip 20 just to suffocate Cheyenne out of that leg. And then she used the 200-point overkill. No.
She didn't miss that 20 at all.
No, and then she used that 200-point overkill to keep her completely out of it. Waiting for Chrissy to get loaded up here.
both of these women have qualified for the TOC finals, and they're now battling over. I think second place takes home 250, first place takes home 300. So a fantastic day at darts for both of them. If you're Cheyenne, what do you feel like you need to do differently in this match? Is it just hope that Chrissy has, a couple of subpar legs and you take advantage? Are you hoping that maybe she shot herself, out of the 20s? Or how are
I'd
you
shrink the
handling
points.
it?
If I'm getting ran
Yeah.
over like that, I'm trying to shorten the game. I'm taking pot shots to like that 20. If I'm relatively close, I'm going to try to get rid of that 20 in one dart, because I got to shrink the game. I got to keep the points close, and then hopefully I can catch them on a mistake somewhere. If I'm just going to allow them to sit there and just point the crap out of me, I'm just like being chipped out on a poker table. I'm going to have to shrink the game as close as I can. Otherwise, it's just time before they're just going to run me off the board. Cheyenne wins the cork here. She's going to have to open up with the big 20s. She can't leave it for Grimmel. Boy, I tell you what,
She's got.
you're Chrissy. Yeah. You're licking your chops, and licking chops is what she did.
Start with a 7. Answers a 7 with a 7, but doesn't have the point lead, and Chrissy's got an opportunity to throw it a 19, and you saw the way that she was just doing the same thing she did last leg. Just that triple 20, she just abused it.
An abuse she does there. 80 points scored, and then it's got a mark on the 19s. Cheyenne's a little closer this time. Has got to put the hurt on.
Needed that 5, but found the wire instead.
Unfortunately, now's not the time not to be hitting the triple, because your opponent is finding triples.
Jeez. This is unreal, that way that Chrissy's throwing right now. Like, this is a clinic that she's putting on with triples.
Definitely, this is a game of triples, and Chrissy Grimmel has notoriously been one of the best at the triples game. As I say, the triples are continuing on.
Yeah. Here's another 7. And you're going to force Cheyenne to throw a number that she's been frustrated with all day long.
We've had 5 9 marks thrown in this match. Lord knows how many 7 marks have been thrown in this match.
You talked about shortening the game. How many triples has Chrissy hit this leg? This is going to be above 5, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say I would love to see the triple hitting percentage. Just what was the percentage of darts thrown that went into the triple? I would just love to know. And there we go.
Oh. If Cheyenne had any hope that Chrissy was going to slow down, I don't think that's happening, because she's just been getting stronger. Now a 5.8. That's, oh my gosh. I don't have words. I don't have a vocabulary big enough for a 5.8. I really don't. I don't know how to describe that kind of level of darts. Like, it's absolutely insane to me.
So 5.34 Chrissy won. Chrissy opened up 5.34, backed with a 5.56, and then a 5.8. Now, we are in the opening of this leg here. Cheyenne opens 4. She does manage 3. Cheyenne's got to take advantage of that opening round, not coming for Chrissy.
All right. Okay. Let's see what happens now with Chrissy now that the 20s are taken away and she can't take that pot shot and get the 60 points that she's been getting.
Well, there's your answer.
Never mind.
That's a 9.
You know what, Ryan? I think you got it from here on out. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm done. Like
that's a 9.
Oh.
Stop listening to us. What's Chrissy going to do? Well, she's going to throw a 9. Looks like she said, well, I don't have that 20, so I'm going to use the 18.
Yeah.
And
okay. Oh, man, a lowly 5 mark. Oh, no.
The level is just insane. These ladies are bringing it. There's a triple. And another triple.
And another 7.
Have you ever commented or watched Chrissy play before?
I have not seen Chrissy play before. I've seen Cheyenne play before. Like I said, I saw her play in Nashville. I have not seen Chrissy play before, but this is the darts that she is throwing. I mean, to win this right now because she's 1 dart away from winning it. I mean, I think that's the first dart that she's missed.
Yeah, these are fantastic players, and showcasing them here at the end has been awesome. But we've seen what Cheyenne can do, and now we are seeing what Chrissy can do. It's incredible. That's why I asked you, have you ever got to call Chrissy before? I've had the opportunity, and this is pretty normal, actually. And just like that, Chrissy Gremmel closes with a 5.06. 4 legs over 5 for Chrissy Gremmel. 7 total 9 marks hit in this match. I can't tell how many 7 marks we've seen. I couldn't even tell you the triple hitting percentages we've seen, but that was incredible.
That was absolutely. She was in control at every point. It didn't matter what Cheyenne was doing. Chrissy was in control outside of that first leg where Cheyenne won. Once Chrissy got rolling there in leg 2, there was nothing she could do. Chrissy would dominate the 20s, and then she would dominate the 18s. That last leg, what is she going to do? She doesn't have 20s to point. Oh, here's a 9 mark that puts me out in front. I never look back. Absolute fantastic darts from Chrissy Gremmel. Take nothing away from Cheyenne, who had a great day herself, but Chrissy was just shooting on another level there.
Well, I think we are completed. Any last words, Tom, before I take us out?
Ryan, thank you. I want to thank Partners Promoting Darts for having me today. It was a lot of fun. My first event, hopefully not my last. A lot of fun here, getting to chat with you all day long. Wanted to thank all the guys for Partners Promoting Darts, Ryan, yourself, Jeff McMahon. So thank you very much for having me, and it's been a blast.
Jeff, you are going to be CDC Niagara Falls coming up. That's your next match to commentate?
Jeff will be covering that one. Yeah, he'll be the director up there for Niagara Falls.
Awesome. And then I know USA Darts is next match. I think we got Shark Tank coming up. So Eagle Eye, you guys got which city coming up? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think Shark Tank's the next one for USA, and I think after that it will be which city.
Yeah. Cool. Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I appreciate it. Partners Promoting Darts, thank you very much for showcasing our talent we had today. Thank you to all the players that were on the stream and played, and congratulations to all our qualifiers moving into the TOC, which is the first week of October. So, have a good night, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.